day. Motherfuckers. Okay, that's out of the way. Oh, the Heiko Lantern of Insight booby trap synergy. I feel like card sellers should have a bigger duty of care. We can't be fulfilling those orders in the same package. Is Darkest Dungeon dead? No, Darkest Dungeon is not dead, but we're pretty busy for the next week or two. Oh, Raven's going today as well. Excellent. Yeah, then Raven and Wings, you are going as well. Okay, so between the 5 of you, who has to leave early? Group honesty rule, be excellent to each other. Who has to go early to see if... Because originally we only had 2 people for today, and so I kind of threw in like all of any makeups that had to be done over the last week onto today. Okay, then we're going to do... Okay, then the order is going to be Raven, Drive, White Bread, Sudsball, Serum. I'm almost done posting my clickbait to YouTube. I didn't pop the TikTok live chat out. That's on me. So if anybody's talked in TikTok live, I have missed you so far, but I don't think that's happened. Renewal, the deck reviews are mostly done via Ko-Fi, although we do have a free roast stream at the beginning of every month, and you can pay me $500 at any time to get your deck roasted immediately if you have more money than patience. Oh, White Bread, you can't go until later. Okay. My bad. So it's going to be Raven, it's going to be Drivetrain, it's going to be Suds, and then we will audible it between Serum and White Bread. White Bread, you'll probably go last. Seedmater, thank you for the Prime sub for the 3rd month in a row. Welcome back to the Dog Home. And Grumpy Dragoon, thank you for the 9th month in a row with our Twitch baby. My subscription streak has met its gestation period. Is there a way to give birth to a Sid Timeless Artificer deck that isn't terminally boring? Grumpy Dragoon, I'm going to give you the secret. Nope, this is vamp time stuff. Hold on, I'm still business mauled. I swear to God, I am still business mauled. Tetrunes, thank you for the 18 months in a row. Welcome back to the Dog Home. A year and a half since I got a random Commander roast in my YouTube feed and saw you were streaming the very same day. Beautiful. I appreciate you, bestie. Okay. Storming, I have thoughts about that too. There are like 5 different questions that I want to answer, so as a treat, I'm going to give us 6 minutes of vamp time. I'm going to give us 6 whole minutes. Dungeon Crawler Carl, I'll check that out, Mike. Thank you for the rec. All right, Cyber Draco, thank you for the 2 years. Wait, it says resub for 24 months. They've been sub for 20. I don't know. I'm gonna call it. All right, we'll call it 20 because that's what it says in chat. I am very sorry it's warm outside. I'm sorry you live in hell, buddy. But welcome back to the Dog Home. Okay, Tarngerine, at what point is it valid to cast Doomsday Excruciator? Literally any. Fuck these people and their decks. Next question. I can't keep up with the release schedule of new cards fast enough to actually submit anything updated for the free month stream. Soulstorming, I beg you, think of it this way. If you have a deck and you know you haven't kept up with stuff, throw it into the free roast stream, and then I have a bunch of free content where I can just vine boom you and then tell you a dope card. We both win. I will spoon feed you all of the relevant updated cards, and I will get clippable content of you, you know, like, oh, they live under a rock because they haven't kept up with all the spoilers, which is whatever. We got it. Working backwards, Verity Vargas's rant. What additional media do you see being done by Universes Beyond, not Cosmere? You've already stated that one. At this point, almost everything. I think the only thing that I would still think is off limits is Pokemon. But if we got Final Fantasy, I believe in fucking Digimon. I believe in like any anime ever. The JJK crossover happening. Like we got Avatar. I believe we could get Star Wars. I believe we could get fucking Supernatural, like anything. The only thing I am questionable about is Pokemon. And then Count Grimm's, no worries. The July roasts, so the roasts go on sale every month, the first Sunday of every month at noon Pacific. Pedro, try to make Vincent Vengeful Atoner work without Voltron. Holy shit, we did all that in 2 minutes. Disgruntled, I don't think we did. That's what I was thinking. Old mechanics that should be brought back. I can't think of a lot of old mechanics that we haven't seen, period, that I think should be brought back. I think if they haven't been brought back, it's typically because they suck. But one mechanic I would love to be given new life or expanded upon is ninjutsu. Even if that is outside of blue-black, I think more ways to do combat trickery would be incredibly, incredibly cool. I don't like transmute. That's just tutoring in a trench coat. Cypher would be cool, actually. JJU, thank you for bringing that up on TikTok chat. Cypher would be cool. Anything that makes combat pressure more interesting. Like I want more rewards related to combat damage, because right now in Magic, it's too easy to just let every hit through for the first like 20 life. Like not until Solo, I think we got like one red ninjutsu card and it was not good. Houdini, thank you for the personal question. Hey boss man, what's the vibe on potential Elden Ring and or Night Rain variety content? Houdini, I'm sorry to say the vibes are disastrous. I think they might open up a little bit after this month, but right now, like we are booked solid on deck roasting streams. If I'm not doing a deck roasting stream, I am trying to come up with short form or long form content ideas to increase my overall branding. If we're not doing a deck roasting stream and we're live, we're still committed to Darkest Dungeon. I'm trying to get back into Magic Arena. What is going to happen is over the next couple months, I am probably going to scale back how many entries we have in deck roastings to open up my ability to do other content. I like doing deck roastings. I think you all hopefully enjoy it quite a lot. Right now it's like, I think 90% of my waking hours deal with this. And so it is making me very, very narrow. So I want to open up custom card streams. I want to open up Elden Ring content again. I want to open up more arena content. I want to bring back like brawl days where we play with viewers. Deck roastings are your primary income source though, right? Yes, they are. And so it will be a little bit scary, but I make kind of enough to be safe, and the hope is that making more other content will bring up the overall income high enough. Anglo Raptor, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home. We're gonna hit the manual ad break. Yes, Suds, the price raise is what has made it tenable for me to consider scaling them back, because they are now like, they are almost 3 times as expensive as they initially were. And so even if I cut back to like doing 2/3 as many as I typically do, that is still more net money than I was making off the deck roast like 5 months ago. Make more land creatures. What an interesting statement from the most recently banned Twitch chatter. That's so crazy. Make more land creatures, you dumb son of a bitch. Don't play with me. Don't fucking play with me. Are the roasts still selling out in like 2 minutes? Okay, we're gonna pause the clock. We still have an ad break that's going through, so Raven, get your ass in the goddamn chair and get ready, but we're gonna answer this business question first. The roasts are no longer selling out in 2 minutes, which is good. The last oh, I teased you about Sid. I'll still get to the secret, Grumpy Dragoon, don't worry. The roasts are selling out slower now. The last set of roasts sold out in about 2.5 hours, which I think is really healthy. However, it sold out in 2.5 hours with 0 promo from me. Outside of telling people on stream, this is when they come out. The other levers I would pull before I considered like, oh, they're taking a while to sell out, is if it's taking multiple days to sell out when I ping Discord, I post an Instagram story, I post a YouTube community post, and I make a TikTok post about it. If I'm doing all of those self-promo things and they're still taking multiple hours, if not days, to sell out, then we're going to scale the roast down in price. But for now, you have a couple hours to get in, and that is without any alerts from me. Thank you, Akon. I appreciate that. Okay, 43 seconds left in the ad break. Holy Oreo, we can probably do a giveaway for it. What's up, Scarlet? Oh, and then Grumpy Dragoon. So the secret for Sid Timeless Artificer. Okay. Unfortunately, the deck itself is going to be bland as hell. Your only opportunity to make this deck cool is you have to be funny. That is, as someone who is mildly funny about 60% of the time, that's a very high bar. It's tough to be funny in a commander game, but this deck, no matter what you do with it, no matter how cool you think the combo is, this is basically just like Azorius guys. It's on you. You gotta spin that. You gotta spin that, and you gotta be fun to play with. Helios, we have not done your smash or pass. Let me hit that. Pass. Hard pass. Yeah, and so that's just a deck where you try to put it down here. We're gonna use Elec Man as the bumper for that. But you... No! This is a situation where you want to aim for the deck to be here. And then you inject all of that personality. Sleeper, red card, folks ain't playing. I don't know. A lot of red cards are really bad. I don't think enough people play Untimely Malfunction, but I wouldn't call it a sleeper. Like, people are aware of it. It's just... Okay. Raven's in the booth. Let me grab Raven's deck. All right. Without further ado, we're going to get into the deck roasting. This is a spooky deck, but it is a work in progress. I have two major goals. First, I want to play politics and be non-aggressive until I can tutor or otherwise find Doomday Excruciator and use the deck's ways of group hug draw to deck people, aiming to either use stacks pieces to slow the game down in the late game to ensure people die more from drawing their decks, make them sweat, Second, standard Shadrix go wide and Orzhov bullshit. I'm a recovering aristocrats player, so please roast me if I lean too hard into tokens. Not looking for a little bean politics game, but looking to do some politics, hopefully in a way that does not get hammers thrown at me. I would like to keep it to bracket 2 or 3. I'd like to avoid Fallout, Doctor Who, Marvel Secret Lair cards unless they are bonkers. Final Fantasy, Lord of the Ring, and Warhammer are good. Ooh, okay. This is one of the first time we've had like specific universes beyond hater shit. Outside of there's one person who really hated the Doctor Who borders. All right, I will do my best to work within those constraints. So Shadrix is the commander. I mean, you said you were a recovering aristocrats player. This seems a lot like an alcoholic going, no, it's fine, guys. I'm going clean. I'm starting my own business. Oh, yeah? Where? I'm going to open up a bakery. It's in this shopping plaza. It's right next to a liquor store. Shadrix is good and does give you political options. I think the only difficulty of Shadrix is because one of the options is get a 1/1 counter on everything you control or get a token. It's going to be like so difficult to hold yourself back from playing into these parts of it. Right, to bandies for baking. I am too ADHD to keep track of tokens and counters. So listen, dog, you said let you know if you were leaning too hard into the token strategy. And we're one card in. And Raven, I want you to tell me what you think I'm going to say. One card deep, token doubler on the screen, 12 additional token generators below it. What do you think? Is this because you own the card? Nope. That's not it. What's that vodka bottle doing in your hand, buddy? You said you were going to be different this time. Okay, so let's break this down in terms of how we want the deck to participate. We want to do, if we want to do political things, I realize you didn't say, like, you said, I don't want to do just little bean stuff. However, when people see that you're generating tokens, the things, we don't want to set off alarms. I did a like Patreon exclusive video where I talked about this, but let me pull up MS Paint. There is a graph of, let's call this threat, and let's call this time, so that both can use T and be really confusing. Red is going to be what your opponents think is happening. Green is going to be how much potential you actually have. At the beginning of the game, I did this wrong. At the beginning of the game, you always want to be generating more value than your opponents think you are. At some point in the game, you want to spike up because you got the thing that made your deck go crazy. And we're going to call the blue line the crash out line. This is the point at which somebody at your table stands up and says, hey, we have to kill this guy. For token decks, there are a couple core cards where people are looking out for you to play those, and then you go right above the crash out line. Most of them are in this section. If we see a token doubler, if we see fucking Yawgmoth, this one's okay. If we see Elish Norn, right? These are all the things that are going to spike you way fucking to the moon. Now, Elish Norn, I actually don't mind because you don't have a way to cheat them out. But the token doublers are not going to achieve very much for you in the moment, and they're going to make everyone else go, now we got to get that guy. Or girl. Please hit me with your pronouns so that I can insult you more accurately. So I think we're already in too deep. This is real hater shit. I am here for it. More people should run this. And what are we eventually trying to we're trying to convert into Doomsday Excruciator. They, them, use whatever's funniest here. I'm going to default to bitch with love in my heart. Mana is probably necessary if I want to cast Excruciator. Kind of. If we did Reanimator, it wouldn't be, but all of the Reanimator pieces currently look like token generators for some weird-ass reason. Okay. Bunch of ways to get mana. There's other... Tick-tick. So we have Mill. We have attacking player draws a card. See, ooh, I like this because it makes Damnable Pack playable. That's really... I like that a lot. That is the dream that I want to bring to life for you. So we have Dawn's... Oh, gift a card! Okay. Oh yeah, Excruciator does have to be cast, so we can't do Reanimator. So true, so right. Winning with gift a card is... Yeah. Very, very funny. Yeah, so we have to cast this. We can make people discard. I don't think this is tick-tick. I get what you're doing here. This is back on our hater bullshit. I don't think it is effective enough at closing the game. Because we do want to flip from Doomsday Excruciator to like now you're drawing cards. Okay, so we need a different tag just for I'm a little stinker. And that's where Douthie Voidwalker is going to live. That's where Dreamstealer is going to live. That's where Head Games is going to live. Like, Insatiable Avarice? Oh, draw 3. Oh! Target player draws X. Oh! And see, I think you put this piece in, and this was when the Aristocrats Brainworms got you. This was you making Bananas Foster and going like, well, I need a little rum to cook with. And like, if some spilled on my fingers, of course I'm gonna lick it up. And then you woke up in Mexico with no clothes on. Lorna the Third Path is like so-so, because this is you and target opponent. You're already drawing through your Doomsday pile faster than everybody else. I wouldn't want to be on stuff that draws everybody a card in the tick-tick section. Lauren is the like, what are we doing to make people like us? And then tick-tick is like, what are we doing to deck other people? Yeah, so this is more of a tag thing than a card inclusion thing. I just want to make sure we're thinking of the deck in the right way. See, like, we talked about politicking without getting hammers thrown at you. What? Who do you think likes bees? Why is that? If we're trying to channel, right? We're trying to channel an Animorph to make people want to pet us, be kind to us. Why did you pick the bee who robs you? I can understand... I can understand the thought process of, okay, if I'm going to let people draw, I also want to force people to discard. Because if they're not discarding cards, they're just going to get way too much card advantage. I think this is the incorrect method to correct that problem. I think the correct method to fix that problem is more board wipes or more just one-sided blowout cards. There's nothing funnier, or there's few things funnier than going like, wow, things have gotten really out of hand, huh? And then you one-sided board wipe everybody. Like, you ask the table, hey, would you like me to solve the problem? And they go, yeah. And then you detonate the C4 inside their asshole. So like, I'm even cool with Rankle. Sheoldred, this is fine. Ooh, Undercity Informer is quite cute. Nostalgic Knickknack, I will divert for just a moment. We're in the middle of a deck roast on Twitch right now. For mono black Sephiroth, that's always going to be powerful. It being your introduction to Magic will be quite funny. Please don't try to build it like, oh, this is my low powered janky Sephiroth deck. It is such a good ability. That deck's always going to be good. Embrace that it's good. If you want to build a lower power one, do the Boros Sephiroth. Okay, back to this. We have Wretched Confluence. Target player draws a card, loses one. Oh, it's the choose 3 for black. Dope. Like a spent gladiator just to stay alive. I don't think you need these. I don't think you have enough faith in Shadrix's massive ass. Okay. Okay. I think I have a picture of the deck now, Raven. What I do like is that you are evil. That is an important part of playing Orzhov. That is an important part of trying to summon Daddy Bad Touch. What I dislike is I don't really believe in this deck's ability to convert into a game win consistently. We have a couple things that are pretty good at it. But if we don't get Krav, we can only hit one person with this type of... Where was the one card that I really liked? With Damnable Pact. There's a lot of like, we're going to summon Doomsday Excruciator, and then we're going to lose. Because we don't have enough ways to force really, really big draw. And so from the cuts, I mean, I don't know what we're cooking with Mimic Bat, but this shit is probably burnt. I don't like Jacked Rabbit. I don't like Proliferation. I don't like... well, Fane I think is kind of cute. I don't like the doublers. I am down with Elenda. This is a good, like... This is a good big hitter. Or not big hitter, but will become big. And will de-incentivize people from blowing up your board, from dropping a board wipe. Will de-incentivize people attacking you. And then I'm okay with Bitter Blossom 2. To have chump blockers or have things to feed into Skull Clamp. And then under the tick section, the discard, that's a hammer magnet. We talked about not getting hammers thrown at you after game 1. This is you going to Home Depot, getting an industrial magnet, taping it to whatever your genitals look like, and then passing out magnetized hammers. You are in immediate danger. So the things we can do, we want to look for, we're going to go to the zoo for sure. Because I'm a fan of drawing me cards. I'm not a fan of drawing other people cards. So we're going to look at Group Hug. We're going to look at Orzhov, and we're going to see how can we give people we select. How can we give people we select card draw? I don't want commanders. Let's look at high synergy cards. That doesn't say card draw. There's this, which will explode our own butt. This is probably the type of stacks we should be playing at bracket 2, bracket 3. Miles the World, thank you for the Prime sub for the 2nd month in a row. Here's hoping I can catch the custom card review soon. We are not turning that on for today's stream. We may turn it on in the second half, depending on how quickly the roasts go. How do we make these motherfuckers pick up cards without us dying? See, there's this, but we will just explode first if we do that. This makes us draw a card. There's Coveted Jewel DMC, but the problem with Coveted Jewel is people will just stop attacking us. Like, what's going to happen is the moment we resolve Doomsday Excruciator, this stops being a normal Magic game. It stops being like, oh, we're going to... It's not the same as sudden death. It is we are dramatically changing the rules of how Magic is played. So there's some stuff. We heard Sign in Blood, which is good. Auburn Kitty, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate those Bezos bucks for the 5th month in a row, my friend. This is counters. This is us drawing a card. Wow, we really might have to lean into artifacts, which is not going to be the best thing ever. I believe they said no on Fallout unless it is just completely crazy. Like they said they will bend these rules if it is absurd, and if it's not absurd, I don't like you and target opponent. I don't want our asshole to explode. I want their asshole to explode. Okay, hot tech. Draw it says draw 2. Oh, there is Saison. That's true. Thank you, Pork Chop. We have Insatiable Avarice. Let me see what we're cooking with Atrocious Experiment. Ooh, yes. Mill 2, draw 2. So that gets 4 of their 6 cards out of the library. That's where we want to be. Okay. This is evil. I think this is how we touch the tips of being a hater with the discard thing and winning with Doomsday Excruciator. Because we can now use our untap mana to prevent ourselves from drawing and hand rip other people. These are going to replace the like on hit discard things immediately. We have Wretched Confluence. Not to completely meld with Mauled Spirit, but has forced... That's true. Well, here's the thing, Raven. If you stick this, your orbs are not safe. You will win that first game. You will win that fucking game. You will not be welcome in that home ever again. Yeah, well, Mesmeric Orb, Shep, is importantly, like, we don't have to play this until we play Doomsday Excruciator. But if we do, okay, Mesmeric Orb, okay, Doomsday Excruciator, you win. In most situations. In most situations, we go Doomsday Excruciator, Orb. What the fuck are you gonna do about it? Then Solitary Confinement for more draw step skipping. I think that's really important. See, this is, yes. Thank you, Alec, for continuing to bring this up. Anything you can do to not have to draw cards, you just become, it's like King of the Hill. We're not even playing Commander at that point. We're just playing King of the Hill, where if I can avoid drawing cards, I'm going to win the game. Do we have Wretched Confluence? I'm going to say no to Starscream, because I don't like the Transformers arts. Wait, so just drop the demon and dip out of the game? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We have to have Blood Pact, right? We don't have Blood Pact. Yeah, Blood Pact too. So let me see how this deck plays right now. Just so we can firmly cement how fucking... Huh? Okay, so this is another hater shit tag. But we really just want to drive home. We're going to discard this so that we don't get shot in the head. Alright, so turn 3, we can stick Metastatic Angel. So we have established non-token proliferation in a deck that basically does not care about counters. We get to 4 lands. We have Combat Calligrapher. We have a little bit of protection now. We get to 5. We have Shadrix. We're going to give ourselves a card. We're going to give somebody else an Inkling. Hell yeah. We have 6 mana right now. We probably like austere. We give ourselves a card. We give somebody else an Inkling. We fucking austere command all the tokens and any like problematic non-creature permanents. We hit this. We hit Elish Norn. We put a counter. Oh, this guy dies. We put a counter on everything we control. And we give somebody else an Inkling, which dies instantly to Elish Norn, which this is diabolical. So this is working. And we can probably take over the game from here. And probably even win the game from here. However, we're not hitting the gimmick. We have no Fortnite emotes available to us because we have not run into Daddy, we have not run into Tutors for Daddy, we have not run into enough card draw to find Father. I don't think we have Bloodgift Demon. I fuck with it. So the cuts I'm going to recommend. Procession. Grateful Apparition, Jacked Rabbit, Metastatic Evangel, Mimic Vat, Mondrak, Una's Blackguard. I will let you keep Yawgmoth. I'm not going to recommend these as cuts, but we're going to come back to the interaction. I think you should trade this out. Needing mana is correct. Coalition Relic should become a Honda Civic Engine. Even though I know we need Devotion, we have a lot of pieces that are pretty expensive. We have a lot of meaningful pieces that need to come down up here. If we're spending 3 mana to get 1 mana, I want to fall down and cry. But if we spend 4 mana to get 3 mana, then it's like every turn we can lay down one of these big 5 mana shitheads. Deadly Dispute, fine. Terramancer's great. Grim Hireling is great in a deck that has access to making flyers. Lotho, Monologue. Good, by the way, good on you for not putting Smothering Tithe in. Holy shit, you may have fallen victim to the aristocrat voices, but the just generic good stuff worms did not get you, and you do deserve applause for that one. God, Soul Trader is such a fucking good card. Please don't think this is a stacks deck. So here's the thing. Here's what I want to purport for you. I don't think Plague Drone is the right type of stacks to run. I think that maybe Archon could be meaningful because you don't want to just lose to a Storm player. However, if this deck is working as intended, we shouldn't care about life gain. You're going to lose as a state-based action when you deck out. Like, it might be really annoying that there's a life gain player at the deck, but ideally we want to be so in our own bag that we're like, I don't give a fuck if you lose the game at 80 life. If anything, you want the life gain players to go off because you want to be able to politic that they are the problem. You want to go, oh my god, that motherfucker, they probably have Aether Flux Reservoir in their hand. We need to get them with hammers here. And then you pass them a hammer that they hit somebody else with. Miku, none of the decks submitted right now are for the Pride event, but that would be funny. So I don't like Plague Drone. What I like instead of Plague Drone is this will annoy people. However, every time I have seen a Ghostly Prison resolve, nobody wants to spend mana. They just don't. They're greedy. Everybody's a greedy fuck. They might be like, oh my god, you're playing Ghostly Prison. They're still going to swing out at other people. So I would do this instead of the life gain stopper. Archon of Emeria is kind of fine, but it is going to interfere with our monologue tax. What I would recommend over Archon of Emeria is, I don't think it's Decree of Silence, but Decree of Silence is going to help me get there. It's definitely not this fucking card. You want Deafening Silence. This is what we want. We do not want to lose to the Is It deck, but we do not want, we don't want people to feel like we're going, hey, you can't play Magic. We want to let people go Mana Rock Creature. That's a very common gameplay pattern. We want to let people do that. The hoes are gonna get mad otherwise. What we don't want is, you should not be playing this against a VV player, but maybe like a Veyron player. We don't want them to untap and go crazy. And so you drop this, and then everybody relaxes because they're like, oh, okay, whatever. Like, I can't double ramp, but I can ramp creature. I can play one big non-creature spell. Who cares? Like, that's fine. So I would do this over Archon, drop this for a prison card, and then Dream Stealer. Geth is honestly so good for this, but Dream Stealer, Needle Spectre, Una's Blackguard, and the Soul Sisters can definitely go. You can't lose the game, opponents can't win. Sure, this should probably just be like Platinum Angel instead. But those other cards I called out, we should all dump for the cards recommended earlier in the stream. And then we can probably keep shaving. Listen, mana's necessary. We don't have to ramp that hard for a 6 mana thing. If anything, the 3 mana rock you want is Chromatic Lantern, because we need 6 black pips. But more than ramping super hard, we don't need Doomsday Excruciator to come down turn 4. We just need to land drop into him. Like, we're probably playing this turn 6, turn 8. We don't need to be ramping heinously for that. Then I heard another call for Starfall Invocation. Dope. Very good board wipe. Thank you for stopping by, Alec. Very good board wipe. They can put your commander back out to turn the engine back on. Justin, I'm saying not Deafening Silence the VV player, because of this deck should never play against VV, because VV is too good. Like, this deck's bracket spread should not encompass VV, especially not VV Storm. If it's like my dumbass VV Stompy deck, maybe, but it's still kind of a reach. VV is such a good commander that this deck should never be sitting down like, oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, VV Storm is fine here. I like this a lot. We have ready access to crimes with our commander. This is another one to consider, Raven. Educated Fool, thank you for the 2 months in a row with tier 1, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. Another very good one, because our commander is just a crime every turn. So if we get more spells like Blood Pact, that is either draw for us that we get to reuse, or it is a way to pull it back out of the grave later on, because we have Karavek after we've hit the Doomsday Excruciator. Again, this is hateful. If you want to do hateful shit, this is the hateful card. So right now, deck works. I don't think it works I think the surprise isn't there. I think right now this is functional Shadrix deck, And you, listen, recovery is a long road, and you still have a ways to go. So I'm going to sign off on the deck being functional. I think we can get closer to the gimmick to make it feel like a Doomsday Excruciator deck. But I think you know how to play Magic. So I'm going to put you on the left face. If we can get it to consistently feeling like Doomsday Excruciator is that guy, and I am losing to fucking Orzhov deck out, that's how we get to peak. So thank you very much for the submission. Please try all of this heat. Be most willing to cut from either token generation or from ramp. You will be good off of mostly land drops. And then let me know how it goes. But I hope you enjoyed and either got some good card recs or exhaled heavily through your nose. We're going to go into the manual ad break, put 5 minutes on the vamp timer, and then it's going to be, I think we said drivetrain next. So I'll see you all in a moment. Lance, we're currently doing deck reviews on Twitch from people who purchased Ko-Fi commission. So if you want to sign up for one, they will open up again next month, or we will have a free raffle stream on Twitch for it. Speaking of, if you are on TikTok, my TikTok streams always get deactivated about an hour or two in. So if you're on TikTok, please consider coming to Twitch or YouTube if you want to hang around for the whole stream. I'm going to go use the bathroom, and I will be right back. Insanity and Orphan Breakfast, thank you for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the doghouse. All right, everybody, we are back. We have a rant from Disgruntled. Let's go to the clock. We're going to go back down to 5 minutes. I don't want to instill bad habits. Set, bump, spike, rant. I'm making another heir apparent deck. Talk me out of it. Listen, man, being a furry is fine. If you want to be the rabbit guy or the rabbit girl or the rabbit creature and you have a signed Zootopia poster that you carry with you as your playmat, that's chill. Maybe that's where the grass is greenest for you, or white and fluffiest for you. The world is full of experiences. Variety is the spice of life, and some people like plain toast. That can be you, dog. Okay? With love. Whole thing and Fool, as well as the Mad Gnome and Funny Panda, thank you for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Sudsball, I can look for the updated Google form. D-Man, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Hello, Malden chat. D-Man looking to instigate our hot dogs sandwiches. If so, are Pop-Tarts ravioli using the same logistical reasoning? Yes. Yes. We can't be that attached to words. See, here's the thing. As somebody who was really persnickety about grammar and really persnickety about word choice as a kid, I am now immune to semantic arguments because one day I looked in the mirror and I was like, I would like to at some point have meaningful and positive social interactions with people, so I am going to stop being like this, and I am now immune to any form of like semantic head scratcher. He's like, Pop-Tarts or ravioli? Yeah, who cares? They normally have tomato sauce. Oh my god! Are hot dog sandwiches? Fuck yeah. They're open face sandwiches. Who cares? What are we talking about? Dale, thank you for the $5 super chat. Hi boss, wanted advice on 2 swaps for my bracket 4 group hug. Crown of Doom for Coveted Jewel and 20-toed Toad for Expropriate. Okay, so Coveted Jewel, yes. Yes in my heart, yes in my brain. For bracket 4... Oh, we're putting in Expropriate. Yes, unfortunately, yeah. Hellcat, thank you for the rant. Please discuss how obviously good Dragon's Approach is. I love this card, and I got 20 in basically any red burn deck I make. Does this make me a filthy combo player? Yeah, you might be comboing slow, but this is a combo card through and through. Like, I think what's good about this is it defeats the purpose of the format being singleton, which in a storm deck, that's so important. If you're able to get a piece down that helps solve the mana cost being 3, yeah, it's broken as fuck. If you're in a deck that's not doing that, it's piddly widdly at the fucking piss store. Ah, god damn it, that wasn't good. So it's broken in context, but I think that's the point of Commander. Like most cards, a good Commander card is a card that is totally fine in certain decks and looks ridiculously unfair in other decks. If your deck cannot ever look unfair, you are playing the game wrong. The point of Commander is using dumb, silly, fun cards. How do I build a machine that looks unbeatable and disgusting? And Dragon's Approach is just this for burn players and combo decks. Orphan Breakfast, thank you for the tier 1 for 3 months in advance. Happy pre-versary. Thank you very much. Welcome to the dog home. Fire Short Boss, Kolos, thank you for seeing my effort. How many holes does a straw have? 1 or 2, depending on how you want to define it. You can't get me, bro. You can't. I'm immune. I've taken too many physics courses. I understand the importance of the frame of reference. Ungettable. Ungettable. Is there any way to get my Pride deck reviewed before the event? Miku, unfortunately, not really. The only way you can get a deck reviewed on demand right now is to submit $500 to me. People have done that. I started it as a joke, and you motherfuckers are very generous and lovely. That's the only way right now. Very Oblivious, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars. Now, what you can do is if you just like drop the commanders during vamp time, we can do like a quick 60 on whether I think those commanders will work. The boss has heard the sound of one hand clapping. He can't be gotten with a simple paradox. Yeah, they just like, I don't know. That part of my brain is too smooth. Miku, vamp time is right now. In between deck roasts, we do 5 minutes of vamping. And then Fabled Forge, I will not be in Vegas. It's going to be too warm for me. It's going to be like 105, 110 degrees, and I'm not about that bullshit. But I will be in Atlanta. That's business malt talking. All right. Who the fuck did I say was next? Drivetrain, because they have to leave by 2:15. This is another spooky deck. Primer is in Moxfield. High drama, low comedy. Welcome to the theater. Here you will experience the highest of highs, the lowest of lows, and the sensationally melodramatic roller coaster in between. Hold on to your hats. You're in for a bumpy, electrifying ride that will leave you breathless and always wanting more. On with the show. I refuse to believe anything can live up to that much Riz in Abzan. There's a saying among Magic players, life is a resource. This deck aims to take it to its logistical, overdramatic extreme by providing recursion, removal, mana, card advantage, and nearly everything else essential to a bracket 3 deck, and tying it to a life total constantly in flux. Your life will go up, your life will go down, but the plot of this show never slows. The aim is for most of the cards in this deck to pull at least double duty. That is, they provide life gain or life loss while providing something else. By constructing the deck with this philosophy, the efficiency is quite high, leveraging the constantly fluctuating life total to propel us towards a satisfying final act, win or lose. The sheer number of game actions you can take without slowing the game down makes as though you're performing a Shakespearean masterwork. Okay, so all of the theater references is just you being a theater kid, not deck theme. It's just you being like, oh, wherefore art thou, loser? Swords to plowshares. All right, we're winning through a preponderance of damage. Comedy. This is necromancy. All right, we just said shit. We just said stuff, man. Going from lifelink. Okay, so this is tagged in lifelink. More necromancy. All right, so comedy is when I gain life. I'm solving the riddle. Comedy is when I gain life. So we can recur a ton of stuff, particularly if we have gained life that turn. Stage security. How bold of you to have a piece of interaction. We have a little bit of protect our own stuff. We basically don't give a fuck about stopping other people, though. Discarded script ideas. This is presumably the self-mill and the graveyard fill. This guy is a motherfucker. Sure. Okay, these are all good cards. I'm seeing the angle. I'm seeing the angle of the Shakespeareanness, because we need to have a whole lot of personality to keep people awake with a deck like this. Extended production budget, so here's our ramp. Tragedy. So this is all the life loss. Perfect. So 39 means we are mostly losing life. And that is the recursion, which I think makes sense with the self-mill game plan. Hard-working crew. This is our card advantage, I presume. Confidant and Augur, great here. Keen Duelist, great here. God, fuck you. Yeah, this is why we went... This is why we went all in on the Shakespearean tags. Props department. Hell yeah, brother. You have no lines in this play. 9. I think Toxic Deluge is great here. Snuff Out is great here. Yeah, tying them all to life loss is perfect. I mean... Listen, Drivetrain, it is hard to give you any guff because... On the gimmick side, because most of the gimmick side is like, what if theme words were just mechanical words? Gotcha. Like we did, okay, comedy is gaining life, tragedy is losing life, therefore this deck is Shakespearean as fuck. The internal workings is like, this is just a solid Honda Civic. So let's see how it currently runs and then see if we can improve upon that a little bit. I'm going to force you to keep this greedy ass hand. You're not going to be punished because why would you be? Fuck this card. I think I care about getting Caustic Bronco out more than I care about ramping. What do we have to saddle for? For 3? That sucks. I'm gonna Farseek it. Farseek will get Deathcap Glade, which is a Plains, Island, Swamp, or Mountain. We will swing. We will reveal the top. Hell yeah. Welcome to the team. Next turn, we drop this. We drop this. We saddle. We swing and hope for the best. We get a land. We drop that land. We drop Haywire Might too. I could have played, Drive, I could have played Haywire Might on turn 1 if I wanted to delay the Bronco, because this is a tap land. And so with the information we had at the time, it would have been like Forest, Haywire Might, turn 2 nothing, turn 3 Bronco. And I'm already a little suspicious about this, the 2/2's ability to swing comfortably. So how about we just take the charity? Bone Lich, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. Alright, we have life from the loam now, which means real life can begin. But we're going to get Baitor out first. We have to tap this. We take 1 damage. Baitor lets us get creatures only. So we take 1. Oh, Bob would have put life from the loam into our hands, so we're down 3. Then I will... If I'm down 3 already, I will resaddle Caustic Bronco. I'll swing it at somebody that can block it. Everybody else will lose 2. Bronco will die. We've lost enough life to just bring him back. Type shit. Type shit alright. Fuck that guy. We go to our next turn. Upkeep. We lose 2. We draw. Tremendous. We have Dakmor Salvage. We can... Bloom Tender. We've now lost 3 life. We can get this Envoy back. We swing Baitor. We gain 3. Go to the end of our turn. We pull this thing out of the grave. Do we put this on 1 creature? Up to 1 other target creature. I probably put this on... Who am I most willing to swing? Probably this guy, yeah. I don't get too clever. I go to a 5/5 Bronco. So this shit works and has all the personality of a functional zipper. Based on that primer, I believe in you to make this interesting. This is a perfect example of cards are not interesting, the player is. This shit cooks. It is all on you to keep everybody else awake. And then we also drop Ripples of Undeath, and now we just hose the fucking table. Nathiator, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. My friend, welcome back to Dog Heaven. I appreciate your continued generosity so much. One of my favorite archangels, Nathiator 3. Thank you, buddy. Let's go to our next turn and take 1,000,000 upkeep triggers. Upkeep for Bob. We take no damage. We mill... Oh, no. It's pre-combat main. So we draw Disciple of Freyalise. We mill 3. We probably want to lose 3 life just to turn on reanimation. We can probably get there with elves and mana confluence. So we leave these all in the graveyard. We want Rodolph. God, we probably want to reach for Rodolph if we can. So we let those all go to the graveyard. We draw. We go bing bang, go down 3. We go down 3, we shoot something. We lose 2 more. We saddle the Bronco. Swing the 5/5, swing the 3/3, gain 8. Caustic Bronco trigger, everybody else loses 2. We get Skull Prophet down. End of our turn, we have lost... Oh, actually, I misplayed that. You would have... Okay, we would not have saddled the Caustic Bronco because we want to lose life. So we would have lost 2 more. So now we've lost enough to bring back Rodolph, and we've gained enough to plop 8 1/1 counters on something. I will put them on, I guess, the Envoy. At this point, we don't really need to playtest. This shit cooks. If we put together a win here, most certainly the only thing that stops us is getting board wiped. And so from that context, do we need more protection spells, or do we need like... I really like what's going on here. I think the mechanical theming is really, really tight. So there's very, very few things I want to cut here. God, you do just get turned into a goddamn lawn chair by a board wipe, though. Which is a lot of decks at bracket 2, bracket 3. Plumpalump. Deck list in here. Use your printer at your house. Boom. You have whatever deck you want. Or submit, download the PDF, go to your local Office Depot. You have whatever deck you want. These are clearly playtest cards. Some LGSs do not allow playtest cards. Genuine question, is Bloom Tender worth running in 3 color? I've always seen it as just for 5 color decks guy. Yes, it is. It is in most cases if you have stuff with pips. This is a dork that taps for 3. That's really good. The only decks you might not play it in are 2 color decks, because then it's like 2 mana dork taps for 2 versus 1 mana dork that taps for 1. Like it's only ever really like bad if you're playing it in a monocolor deck. Even at 2 color, it's probably acceptable. Okay, so I can see the tremendous like brain scratching that's going on here. I typically hate Abzan, and that is so many game actions that you can take relatively quickly. This is definitely a deck where I am going to like staple a fucking stopwatch to your hand. You need a chess clock when you play this thing, because there are a ton of moving parts. So the stuff that I'm looking at to cut is genuinely Life from the Loam, Three Visits. I mean, I guess like all the ramp we would want to replace with Elves of Deep Shadow, but I think we're light on options for that. Like the stuff that I would want to get rid of is anything that does not actively change our life total, is not even bad, not unacceptable. But I think all of the brain scratching is number go up, number go down, number go up, number go down. So I'm actually not up on Akroma's Will as compared to Flawless Maneuver. At least, and listen, hey, I definitely know the deck better than you because I've played it one entire time on a stream. But when I was playing through that deck, it did not seem like we were really in the business of holding mana up. It seemed like we were in the business of tapping out as often as possible to commit as many pieces to the board as possible. And we're almost entirely creature focused. We have a couple enchantments, a couple artifacts, but having a free cost protection spell is probably better than a paid maybe finisher versus, like, I think the preponderance gets us there very fast. Baitor's counters count up incredibly quickly. It's sort of like any games where a Chroma's Will is going to win the game for us, I think we were going to win that game anyway. But there are games where when we can't make our board indestructible, we get turned inside out by the Azorius player, and then we can't rebuild in time. Imp's Mischief is so fucking funny, though. God, I love that. The only the real problem with Flawless Maneuver is, hey, we can't gain or lose life because of it, which sucks. Let's see, this is our end step, so we don't care about Lotho. Does this deck not want any creature that says to give the board indestructible? It might. I think the problem is we're not going to fit those creatures in and still have them directly modulate our life total. Which, oh, I guess we have this guy who doesn't give a fuck about our modulating our direct life total. Drivetrain, I'm actually not on Deadly Rollick as much, even though it's a good card. The levels I think that there exist to breaking theme, right? I think the first level is to protect the theme, and I think the level after that is to play better Magic. There's a lot more nuance we can get into, but I like Flawless Maneuver more than I like Deadly Rollick, because Flawless Maneuver is, I want to make sure that my gimmick is continuing, and Deadly Rollick is more, I'm shutting off other people's gimmicks. So when we are breaking theme, I always prefer that we do it to protect our own gimmick versus remove someone else's. This deck would love a Doom Whisperer, for sure. This would be very, very fucked up. Clever Concealment. Listen, this would be another break theme a little bit in order to protect the theme, and it would be very cute. You yell intermission, and then all of your stuff goes away for the board wipe. Like, I think that could work if we're trying to do the theater plan. We have Priest of Fell Rights. Ooh. That is quite cute. This could be one of the play sets. Freezepire, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. I don't like Wall of Blood. Wall of Blood is just like, it's just there to dump life into. Like, maybe there's a funny yo-yo maneuver we could do if we got Wall of Blood and we gave it lifelink. But Wall of Blood mostly is like, I think Wall of Blood is so much better than some of our other engines that Wall of Blood just reads, I get to reanimate whatever I want every turn. Which is not necessarily like unfair in the context of the rest of the deck, but it's bad for build-up. It's not good for climaxing. Deck does have Sylvan Library. I think Illicit Masquerade fits the play mechanic, just not the life gain, life loss mechanic. I don't like it as much for a protection spell because we're really not in the business of holding up 4 mana. We don't move like that. Let's look at Axis of Mortality. Completely ridiculous. This is like deep in the bracket 2 Alfredo sauce. Would be funny once or twice. This deck is too functional for me to tape you to that radiator. Okay, so we go boom. We entomb. We have Keen Duelist already. What the fuck would I even entomb? Fuck it. I'm gonna entomb Dark Confidant. We Yavi Maya. We Keen Duelist. Next upkeep, we reveal a swamp. Bam, bam, bam. Get ready for Baitor, you dumb... Okay, I'm not gonna force you to remove Underground Salvage. This is now a basic forest card. Go fuck yourself. Turn 4. We deal somebody 1. We take some unknown number of damage. I'm gonna pretend that it's 2, so that at the end of this turn, we bring back Bob. On our next turn, we lose 3. Somebody else loses 2. So we've already lost 3. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 6 mana available. I'm going to use 3 of it. I'm going to use 4 of it, paying 2 more life. We lose 5 life. So now we can entomb anything worth 5 mana. And we are allowed to pull it back up out of the dirt. Fuck it, Twilight Prophet. We get that back at the end of turn. We also gain 3 life, and I will put them onto Bob. Next upkeep, we do have the City's Blessing. 0. We Bob ourselves for 0. Somebody else loses 6 to Keen Duelist. Alright, yeah. That goes absolutely fucking incredible, right? This is a very, very good, very, very solid deck. I think that... I think that the theming is truly not there. This is an incredibly functional deck where that does not have a discernible flavor theme, and that is truly okay. Based on what you wrote in the primer, you are fanciful enough to create a theme out of nothing. This shit works very cleanly. The only thing... like, it's even hard to call out the lack of a finisher because over the course of like 8 turns, if you keep your deck on the board, you'll have more combat damage than everybody else. And that's why my only real suggestion is things like Flawless Maneuver, things like Clever Concealment, because what's going to blow you out is somebody comboing in your face, or I get board wiped early, don't have time to rebuild. So you could also consider, this is where I would consider things like Archon of Emeria. If you wanted to hang better in the 3 zone, we don't have to multicast very often. We're trying to, like, most turns stick 1 solid permanent and then have a bunch of triggered abilities like Rube Goldberg Machine our win for us. And so if you ever struggle, this is the well I would dip into. I would protect yourself first. I would stop the combo players from comboing second. As is, this shit is smooth. This shit is smooth like butter. And so for that reason, I'm gonna put you down here, but this is non-derogatory. This, like, plays good Magic, feels very satisfying to play, and doesn't feel too solitary because a lot of your advantage is gained from swinging. Like, we don't have other people to do in the fake playtest, but we have to swing Caustic Bronco a lot. We have to swing Baitor a lot to get the life gain. It is good. I think you are being incredibly aspirational about how much people will explode your butt. I think this is a classic case of like, oh, I'm in Orzhov, I'm going to have a bunch of single target hatery. And what you probably need is board-wide hatery and board-wide protection. Sheep do not consider the opinions of lions. I got that backward. But Abzan players do not consider individual permanence. They consider genocide. And that's what you should be on. So I would consider anything that does not modulate your life total, which is most of it. I think it's all of it, actually. Fuck, it is all of it. So any swaps you're going to make are board-wide protection, board-wide destruction. Good. This is a good deck. This is a great deck, even. This is a fantastic bracket 3 deck. I hate Bolus's Citadel, but even like your mechanical team holds. Go fuck yourself. I hate you. So Drivetrain, thank you very much for the submission. We're gonna hit the manual ad break, and then we're gonna put 5 minutes on the vamp clock, and then it's going to be time for. Is it Serum? Did I say was next, or is it Suds Ball that I said was next? I think it might be Suds Ball that I said was next. A Weakling and Artem, thank you for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the doghouse, my friends. Into the ad break. All right, Suds is next up. Thank you, Serum. Vamp timer started. Mauled, what are your thoughts on off-color fetches solely for the benefit of deck thinning and making your deck more consistent? The deck thinning effects of fetch lands are greatly overstated. They are helpful. The primary reason I would use off-color fetch lands is just to make sure lands are entering untapped. It's definitely like low-key sweat behavior. However, if you have a bunch of typed lands that come in untapped, don't do it for thinning. Just do it to be like, I'm hitting my land drops, guys. I'm hitting my land drops to play Magic. Or I have like a 3-color deck and I have some difficulty assembling my pips. Use the off-color fetches there to make sure you're getting every typed duel, every typed triumph you can get out of there. Suds, I am good with whatever. Moki, welcome to the stream, my friend. Drivetrain, thank you for the 500 biddies. Thanks for the roast, boss. These suggestions are helpful. Be sure to take it more mass, hatery, and protection. You rock. Thank you, Drivetrain. And I do want to impress upon you. The deck lacks personality. You don't. Lean into that. I love these tags. Don't be afraid to play into them while you play. Cards aren't interesting, people are. You can make this work. You can make this feel Shakespearean. I know you can. Probably not when you drop the Great Henge, but when you drop anything else. And Paladin Lost, thank you for the tier 1 sub for the 3rd month in a row, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. Time Kit, Final Fantasy Draft cooks. This shit is awesome. We are like rearranging the stream schedule to be able to play more of it. Then Quincy Prince with the personal question, favorite removal spell? Mine's Hex because funny and enables table talk. This is funny. My favorite is probably Council's Judgment for a very similar reason. We make everybody vote, and depending on how tricky you are, you can get people to like 2 for 1 or 3 for 1. Oh my god. It has happened, people. Because I told the TikTok stream about the Twitch stream and said, come over here because it'll get shut down soon. They have let me know that my live visibility on TikTok is restricted. Someone in your server just pulled Japanese Surge Foil Borderless Numeral Precon Yishtala. I don't know how I feel about that being a thing. I can't tell if it's fake or not. I can't tell if that's a totally real thing or a totally made up thing. That's so many fucking words. Some of them sound like treatments. I know Surge Foil Borderless is a thing. Yeah, I'll give you $5 for it. Professor Mald, if you have to make a $50 deck on the spot, what are you making? Well, as a matter of course, I would never make a $50 deck for my own enjoyment. I almost never enjoy building budget. If it was like I had to, I'm gonna get shot if I don't, like something bad's gonna happen to me if I don't build a functional $50 deck. Zada takes 10 minutes and you're done. Dale, thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that contribution to the dog pile. 2 questions. 1, thoughts on illusory gains. And 2, best secret rendezvous is obviously Barrett, right? Answer to 2, yes. Let me... This fucking sucks, bro. This is so funny. This is so bad. If this even said non-token, I would give it a chance. But because it doesn't specify non-token, you just get hosed by the elf player instantly. Would love a Zada deck tech from the way you did for Krenko and Henzi. Yeah, okay. So this is going to be the last thing we talk about. I'm going to pause it because this is kind of business model talk. I haven't been doing a lot of deck techs recently just because it's like... I would feel weird publishing a deck that was just like, hey, here's some good cards. Even though I know it's useful because other people aren't as invested in Magic as I am, and so they don't know all of the good cards in the world, but it feels difficult to make interesting to me. And so then it's like, I'm making the video and I'm like, why am I even doing this? Okay. Next up, Suds. Suds, then Serum, then White Bread. Let's grab Suds Ball's deck. This is yet another spooky deck. It is a spooky day. For too long, the green players have had a monopoly on ramp. Us blue mages have been suffering under the oppressive regime of Big Farseek for too long, and Go-Go is here to lead us to the promised land, or in this case, the promised lands. Mango, please kill me with hammers in post on that. We can use Go-Go's ability to copy fetches and untap effects to generate large amounts of mana and play big creatures, copyrighted, and give the green players a taste of their own medicine. Alright, so we're playing Simic without the green. Hell yeah. Go Gadget Godzilla. I'm in. Oh, this is the wrong deck. Hold on. God damn it. I was so in on this. They gave a teenager a gunblade. We're looking at stupid Orzhov shit instead, everybody. We're looking at stupid Orzhov shit. Alright. We're on Squall Seed Mercenary. We're going to inject seed into people. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gets double strike. Whenever Squall deals combat damage, we recur something. I love side out if feeling evil. I see a lot of people building Squall as Voltron because it says he gets double strike. I think that's not good because Voltron is terrible. So I wanted to build him like a grindy stacks deck that uses the second part of him to the maximum. Looking for any advice to make the gameplay more interesting because I know many people get upset when they hear the word stacks control. So I don't want the experience to be too negative, even though the deck is fairly grind oriented and those elements just seem to work really well with Squall. All right, let me speak to this part of the deck first, which is Squall's mechanic leaves him in an incredibly bad spot between bracket 3 and bracket 4. If you're bringing a stacks deck to bracket 2, something is wrong with you. Suds, I know you already know that. However, when we get into bracket 3, that's where people are like the least ready to emotionally accept stacks, even though it's totally applicable. There's plenty of strategies at bracket 3 that deserve to get hit with the bedtime alert. But bracket 3, people are still holding on to this idea of, we're all here to have fun, right? You wouldn't stop my combo, right? That wouldn't be very neighborly of you. Even though you should stop their combo. And so it's very difficult to find the balance of how do I value grind when I am not allowed to go full chloroform on what their deck wants to do. So we have card touching. See, this is cute. It's truly terrible. Or actually, no, it's just straight recursion. So that's actually not bad, especially if we ever hit with Squall. We have Brina. This is a solid like politics piece. We have where's the Buster Sword? This is, I added a bookmark. Where is it? Okay, nah, you're wrong, dog. You wrong as fuck. You said two things to me. You said value grind, and you said 3 mana. I don't give a fuck if Squall has trample. I do not give a fuck about. So here's the other thing I'm gonna put to you. I don't even care about Squall swinging with this. A meaningful way to enact control at lower power is to use combat pressure to force people to throw away utility pieces. That is a legitimate thing Buster Sword can do, and I think that is the most valuable thing Buster Sword can do at bracket 3. I think in bracket 2, you just throw it in and you hope for the best. At bracket 3, you either have evasion or you want to be running a deck that is lower on spamming removal spells, and you put Buster Sword on the fucking Esper Sentinel and you make them throw away their commander. Like, put Buster Sword on, you can put it on Archon, you can put it on Dauthi if you want it to get through, or you put it on any of your little shitheads, and then you either get a ton of value out, or somebody has to throw one of their creatures under the bus. And at bracket 3, if they're not running a token explosion deck, they don't have a lot of shit they're willing to throw under the bus. So that's why I would recommend it over things like all of these evasion enablers. Like Squall touching is very, very good. What I would like more than Squall touching is stuff that's going to trick people into throwing like I want the dinosaur player to feel like, oh fuck, I have to block with Pantalaza. It's going to be bad for me if I don't block with Pantalaza right here. So those are the type of equipments I would be looking for, rather than, oh, this is going to give me evasion. I agree with you 100%, but I feel like I wanted to primarily use Squall as value. Squall connecting was the goal I had in mind for the value grind. The other pieces in the deck are there to support that plan. I agree with that. I want to expand your mind a little bit on what we think of as value, especially when it comes to grinding out a long game. Reducing other people's value creates net value for you. This is unfortunately in Commander, the crab bucket is real, and you can get out of the crab bucket by pushing the other crabs down. I'll look at the deck and see if there's if you are handling this appropriately, but the one thing I feel like this deck won't be able to deal with is what if somebody else plays a good creature? So we have this guy. We have 3 pieces for it, 4 pieces for it. 5, 6. We have 6 in the deck. They are recurable, but 6 in the deck is at a number where we're like not super confident we're going to get there every single time. Thank you, Drive. Have a good one, my friend. And what Trample communicates to me is I'm not blocking unless this is lethal, which means if I have a strategy I'm trying to build up to go over the top of you, I have time to build that strategy up. I might not have a ton of time, but I do have some time. If it's worth it to chump block, I might throw away a dork. I might throw away, if I'm really on the ropes, I might throw away Pantlaza. To me, that is accruing value because we are now able to stacks game plans we otherwise were not able to stacks. But I do see what you're saying on like, yeah, if we are in a real dry spell, we get fucked. Right, being forced to chump an Electromancer. Those are the situations I want. And if our Squall enhancement is all focused on how do we make Squall unblockable, we can't force the chumps. And if we then combine, okay, I hardcast Accursed Marauder once, and I forced 2 meaningful chump blocks with Squall, maybe I didn't get that board wide everyone's held back, but I did slow down the player I needed to slow down. So with that in mind, these are all good. These are all good pieces of card advantage. I like that we have... You are the devil. See, this is... This is going to be tricky in bracket 3. People do technically have to be ready for it. You are going to anger the hose. I will say that. This, you know, this is Stink Hands Lenny. He does not wash. He pisses quite a lot. But not unreasonable. Also just tremendously good card. I think another type of stacks that is relevant for you is this gentleman right here. Squall's trigger is off attacking alone anyway, right? Yeah, so we can either give double strike to an evasive creature, but this is going to slow down everyone's combats. So now the deck that we can't stacks out, which is typically the Dino deck, they're going to be less able to just broadly swing for value. I don't think we want the Masamune Vaxron. We want to... The only reason I'm advocating the Buster Sword, we want to create situations where blocking is a tough decision. We do not want to create situations where I go, okay, you have to chump. Oh yeah, he is 4, so we can't recur him. But I think it's okay to have some things that we can't cheat out. MWKJSR, thank you for the Prime sub for the 2nd month in a row. Welcome back to the dog home. This set does cook. So, we're telling the Storm players, fuck off. We're telling the All players to fuck off. We're drawing cards because nobody's going to ever sacrifice for this. We're telling the mana cheaters to fuck off. Storm players, fuck off. Storm players, fuck off. Stop fucking with me. I think that's all solid. I think the mana's pretty light, but on lands and the... God. The entire mana curve is like one baby Lego. So yeah, your ramp is fine because we don't have to pay for that much. We don't have to double spell. Protecting Squall. Hexproof and Indestructible is valid. Jarina's quite good. Kaya's Ghost Form valid, especially because we can recur this. Yeah, these are all reasonable as well. This might be usable. I think this is easier to politic with than all of the edict effects. Like, there are some people who, like, let me... I was teaching a friend to play CEDH, and they were playing Atali, and they had to play into a stacks deck, and the stacks deck was dropping like rule of law effects, so they couldn't do Atali things. And so they went like, oh, I kind of have to focus on you, right? And the stacks player went like, yeah, but if you do, somebody else might win. And they went, okay, heard, felt, seen, but if I don't try to kill you, I can't even attempt to win. So I have to get you. And so if all of our recurable removal is symmetrical, we will make enemies that we don't want to have to make. So you may want to swap in Seal of Doom for one of these as well. Let's look. We get Talisman of Hierarchy. I think this hand can just rip. So turn 3, we drop Squall, right? We tell people, hey, we're being chill, don't worry about it, be normal. Taval's Judgment is definitely cute. The thing I am most worried about, and this is kind of because we kept a somewhat greedy hand, is it's turn 4. We can't really stop anything. Like, we can't really, if somebody else is trying to do, if the dinosaur player's been ramping, we got nothing to say about that. We got no permanents in graves. This was kind of a slow open. We can probably grab a Cursed Marauder. So we drop a Cursed Marauder. Edict everybody. Fuck them. We sack a Cursed Marauder. We swing. Squall gets double strike. We bring back a Cursed Marauder. We sack Recruiter of the Guard. On the second hit, we bring back Recruiter of the Guard. We tutor for... We can't get Archon of Emeria. We can't get Voice of Victory. Nazgul Battle Mace is just not good enough. We search for Stoneforge Mystic. So that loop is quite strong, actually. That's really... I understand why this is the backbone of our removal, because that is fucked up and evil. We Stoneforge. Hey, this shit is the Buster Sword now. This is the Buster Sword. We could swing Zac or Squall, but we have nothing to get back at this point because we did the Recruiter trick. Next turn... And this is where I would staple the Buster Sword to Squall and be like, and just go, okay, who wants to block with the one creature they've been able to rebuild with? If they do, awesome. We set them back and we continue grinding our value with, like, we Braids, sack a Cursed Marauder, prepare to bring them back next turn. Or actually, we'd probably do that. I don't know. If they don't, we draw 2, cast a bunch of free value. So this is the situation where I'm not even confident Buster Sword is going to get through. I like it way more than O Naginata. I see the line there, but IMO, if that's O Naginata, who can block a 6/4 double strike trample without dying? That is a fair point. At that point, I'm still just considering Buster Sword over... There are still many situations where you'd want to grab Buster Sword to grind the value, although I agree it is situational. Sometimes O Naginata will just kill a bitch. Key to the City is in the deck. I do not think this is necessary. I think this is way worse than just our Accursed Marauder trick, which is quite a good trick. We can't keep this hand. We free mulligan. We definitely keep that hand. So we Ramp. We squall. We're off to the races. Boom, we kill everybody. We Felwar Stone. We snap twice. Hopefully we snap twice. We blow up 3 things. And we end with this in our graveyard. Everybody fucking hates us. We do not need more ways to give evasion. And Suds, I think that is where our disagreement lies. I think forcing blocks is correct because it's going to enable you more flexibility in how you navigate. If all you do is if you have a value piece that is effectively unblockable because it has trample or evasion, all that happens is the 3 people you're playing against now share hands with each other. Oh, yeah. Masamune can go fuck itself. Okay, yes. Apes together strong. Yeah, we do not want to... Yeah, absolutely not mandate the blocks. All right, and now we have extreme control over the board. We keep the field of play completely empty, and we rule of law so nobody can win on the stack. You are the devil, man. Now, in this situation... Yeah, we just go get whatever, like, the biggest fucking damage boost we can get is, and we try to kill people with Voltron damage. It's I think Onaganata is the biggest hitter you have. That's 2, that's 1, that's 2. Bodies start dropping. We definitely have a little bit of a problem in terms of what if we get shot, right? Like we can polluted delta here. Sure, this is a plains. We can't really lively dirge for anything. Now we can lively dirge without getting the recursion, which is probably worth doing. And it's probably worth getting... No, we probably have to get an Accursed Marauder effect basically every time. We have to be a hater. Why no Sephiroth with all the graveyard recursion? Because we're not doing aristocrats, really. But thank you for the 20 bits, my friend. We have to get this into the graveyard. We get Squall out. And now the hope is that we swing... We have a safe swing on turn 5. Whew. Maybe we have to blow Dam on something. And that lets us get through. Maybe somebody has one blocker. We bring back a Cursed Marauder. We sack it. We bring back a Cursed Marauder, we sack it. Now our hits for the rest of the game are like basically guaranteed. Because everybody's gone down a ton of creatures. Now we can entomb. I don't know what the fuck we would entomb, but it's some other good creature. Probably like an Archon of Emeria. Kind of rude. No, this deck is walking up to people's mothers and saying things that would get them beaten to death in a polite society. So it is good. I think the most troubling thing about it is we skip a lot of turns for a value grind deck. Like Flesh Bag is great. But if our opening hand doesn't have like Flesh Bag or doesn't have a stacks effect, we do kind of just explode. Like we kind of get pushed over. Is Godsend 2 lost in the sauce, or am I misremembering the card? This effect is not good enough. For this rate, we just want Naginata, or we just want to grab Buster Sword. This is just going even more all in on removal. Do you mulligan aggressively, but what do you look for? I think every time you look for a Cursed Marauder or Fleshbag Marauder type effects. If we can curve out into something that slows the board down, we're happy. Here we miss all of our fucking land drops and we explode and are very sad. But like, this is probably fine. Having Archon of Emeria on turn, like doing Douthie into Archon of Emeria or Douthie into Plaguecrafter, this is a totally keepable hand. We just try to fly under the radar and prevent anybody else from building up like a crazy board state. It is truly, truly awful that the most common play pattern of this deck is I board wipe you endlessly. I'm gonna hope that you can kill people quickly enough that they're not locked in purgatory. But like, goddamn, do we lock people in purgatory, Sudsball? Because everyone just kind of goes like, as soon as Plaguecrafter hits once, it becomes draw go. We all wait until we have removal. Because we're not going to take extra turns. We're not going to take extra combats. How do we deal with the fucking smell? How do we deal with... We know the deck works, but its primary function is to get us uninvited from parties. So how do we address the smell? I think one of the ways we address the smell is Seal of Doom over Edict effects. One of the best ways to politic is to move from symmetrical control into asymmetrical control so that you can step into the role of, look at me, I'm dealing with the problem. This is kind of what Aura of Silence is on. We do not make the smell worse, Emil. We do not attempt to overload everybody's nose. I do kind of agree with what Choo Choo is saying. I think our Voltron should care a lot about making this 2 taps and you die. Which puts me even less on things like Shadow Spear. Because Shadow Spear would be 8 commander damage, even with the double strike. Yeah, like, Buster Sword does unironically get us over... Like, we need to get him over 5 power. This has the vibe of beating someone to death with a stapler as they're tied to a chair. I mean, we are like a CIA mercenary, right? So kind of, yeah. That's kind of the wave we're on. But I do like that. So I think in that mindset, Zephyr Boots not as good, even though the card advantage is good. Key to the City, the discard's so good. Key to the City's fine. I think Celestial Armor I don't like, because we really want his power to be 6. Yeah, like, this could be Buster Sword extremely easily. Regalia at this point, we're really just paying for the ward. We don't have a way to cheat the Colossus Hammer equip cost, and so, like, no matter what, we still work for the FBI, unfortunately. We still have to be working with human implements. We're not fucking Thor. And like, Taval's Judgment is cute. I'm not convinced that it's cute enough. But let's look at other equipment. So +3. Hey, look at that. Hey, look at that. This is red. I'm not sure about Commander's Plate because you are probably most worried. You are most worried about black and white anyway. All right, there's Forebear's Blade, which is a little bit expensive, but gives vigilance and trample. So now we have a 6/4 that can block over and over. There is Loxodon Warhammer, which is trample and lifelink. We don't care about Quietus Spike because we're already doing that with commander damage. And so reducing their overall life total is just like, it's not even salt in the wound, it's like pepper in the wound. We're pouring something in that doesn't actually help us. Isn't Dissection Tool like way too expensive? Yeah, that's 5. We don't want that. I don't think we care about equipping for free. We have a much higher priority on it being something we can mill into than it being something that or something we can entomb than it being something that has that is mana efficient. Like the only mana efficiency we want is it so cheap that Squall can bring it back to life? I think those 2 cards could be enough, and I really, really recommend things like Seal of Doom. Especially if the goal is I'm going to get to lethal commander damage. We probably don't have to board wipe everybody. Listen, man, I don't know what happened in elementary school. They don't all have to learn at the same time. They can learn sequentially. It's going to help us evade threat a lot if we can go, hey man, this might be a problem for you later. I'm only a problem for Gregory right now. Please don't fuck me up yet. And then hopefully by the time yet comes around, you have a protection piece. Versus the moment that Fleshbag Marauder hits the field, they're turning to you with laser vision. So I like Skyclave Apparition for that. Like, we already are on that type of mindset with Seal of Cleansing. It's just that a lot of our creature control is, what if I board wiped you over and over and over again? Which is just, there's no escaping it, brother. Shadowwalker, we want 6 power, actually. I misspoke. Hey, thank you, Kyle. I appreciate that very much. But yeah, I like the stacks pieces a lot. I like our card advantage a lot. I really like the loops that we can achieve. But there is not enough Lemon Pledge in the entire fucking world for this. And so I do think at least one of them should become Seal of Doom. If there are any creatures that can do this. Is creature, is enchantment, goes in Orzhov. Wait, partial type matches. Oh, and I forgot to I forgot to do the mana value thing. Allow partial type matches, mana value less than or equal to 3. So there's like attrition, but this doesn't sacrifice itself. There's Big Game Hunter, also doesn't sacrifice itself. Bane Whip Punisher can kind of do it. It's a little bit expensive, but it is loopable and does self-sacrifice. So this is another instance of like, is it worse? Yes. Is it going to prevent you from getting beaten to death with hammers on turn 4? Also yes. That matters for you. We could just say fuck commanders. If you're ever at a pod that doesn't let you play Drannith Magistrate, this is your guy. And we just recur him. We definitely don't give a fuck about Dokuchi's Silencer. We could do Executioner's Capsule. Again, it is less efficient, but we are sacrificing efficiency to not be a terrorist, because people in casual will not negotiate with the terrorists. However, they will negotiate with the person who's like, hey, you see that dinosaur player? I don't want him to kill us all with Gishath either. How about the two of yous don't commit a bunch of removal to me while I handle them? And then you just like in the background try to build up enough advantage that by the time they're looking at you, you can deal with them anyway. Or you can just switch up on them and be like, oh shit, is that a Goblin Electromancer? Bye. And I think that's probably going to be the end of what we're reaching for things that Bone Shredder kills and sacks itself. Yeah, this one does not... I think this loops the least cleanly, but it is adorable if you are a maniac. So this is the type of stuff, I wouldn't cut all your edict effects. You desperately need to have at least one that is tutorable, but we can probably swap at least one for a targeted version so that if we need to, we can be like, hey guys, I'm gonna entomb, don't crash out. I'm just gonna try to stop the guy that just played Selvala, right? I'm gonna try to stop the guy that, oh my god, they resolved Vivi. Nobody likes that, right? Let me entomb for my pot of fuckassery. Where is it? It's like Executioner's Capsule. I cast Pot of Fuck You, which lets me kill your commander as many times as I want. I hate you, Darren. And that's what we do. Right now, I think... this is really good. I think this plays really well. I think it has a incredibly poopy diaper, but I think we have given you the tools to change it while maintaining the value grind. I kind of want to play this deck now. So Suds, thank you very much for the submission. We're going to hit the next manual ad break, then we're coming back, and it's time for Serum. Thank you all for your patience. Making a hack-on deck, Mana Forge? I wish you the best of luck. Do you know any more tactics to put a commander in hand from zone? You are fairly limited. You are quite limited on those. There's like Beacon. And that's almost it. I found 3. That's probably about as many as you got. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, we're back to a hype train, apparently. Thank you all very much. McReed Rock, thank you for the Prime sub. And Atomic Sharks, thank you for the Prime sub. Reed Rock, 6 months, baby. I love you. Atomic Sharks, I only like you because it's only been 2 months. Love the work you put into all of this. Thank you. I am doing my best. Sudsball, thank you for the 100 bits. Sorry for stinking up the room. Hopefully this thing I left on Ko-Fi can clean it up, because it looks like both you and chat wanted to see it. LOL. We can do it after the other roast though if they are time sensitive. You didn't. You didn't. You little. You. Well, I can't call you a stinker if what I suspect is true. My heart, Sudsball. Let's find the applicable slide. Thank you, Sudsball, for redeeming the $500 instant deck roast so that we can look at Go-Go. I do want to at least give Serum their time, and then we can absolutely get into your deck. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, Godzilla, fuck yeah. Maul, do you think I have Nidhogg? Oh, hold on. Let me hit the Vamp Tiger. Let me hit the Vamp Timer. Sudsball, you're my personal hero. Thank you, brother. I am excited to look at the Go-Go Gadget Godzilla deck. Icon, thank you for the random Smasher Pass. Let's see what we got. Crash of Rhinos. I'm trying to imagine my friends' reactions if I told them a gang of rhinos was my harem. Like there's something there. I'm not sure it's something positive, but there's something there. Right? Guys, come on. Tell me I'm not crazy, right? That's true. This should be adopter pass. I'm going to pass on adopting the herd of rhinoceros. I decided against the new Heir Apparent deck and am instead tuning my old one. It has 28 lands. Why does it only have 28 lands? I mean, your curve is mostly 2-drops, right? I'll go even a step further and tell you the only number you have to count to is 2 and 4. Either you play 1 Heir Apparent a turn, or you play 2 Heir Apparents a turn, and every other play pattern can go fuck itself. You got it. I believe in you. I gotta count to 5 for the Thrumming Stone. That's so right. Who said that? Sorry. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry you had to almost listen to somebody say that. Do you have any recommendations with a deck using Rakdos the Showstopper as commander? Probably don't. I think a lot of the things that you are wanting to get out of this deck, we can get out of other decks. If you really, really love this specific guy and you want to be evil, what I'm going to recommend to you is Reanimate effects. And so you want to sacrifice your commander, bring them back as many times as possible. Once the board is empty, you beat them to death with Rakdos and friends. Hey, thank you, Angwar. I appreciate that very much. And Termion, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. Mauld, what are your thoughts on the opinion that commander damage should be removed from the format? Those opinions are wrong. So are the opinions that we should be like lowering the life total to 30, or really any of the broad rule changes that people have proposed. I think individual pods should be more willing to break the rules. Come up with your own formats if you're playing with your friends. That is dope and cool. For the format as a whole, Infect is fine. Commander damage is fine. A 40 life total. They're all fine. Wizards is adjusting for it, just on a time scale of like 5 years or 10 years for their design practices. But commander damage is holding in check a ton of life gain strategies. No. We need it. We need the Naya player who's betting their entire game on being able to hit you with an 11-11 with double strike. That's fun. That's fun. It's not overpowering. If you think it's OP, you are bad. I love you. It's not a big deal to be bad at Magic, but you are very bad. Think Vincent Valentine has any bracket 4 legs, and can his backside get it? For bracket 4, this guy has legs, but they're kind of like Gojo's legs in JJK. We just slice him off at the middle there, and he's laying on the floor, pretty sad. We have 25 seconds left on the vamp timer. Thank you for the 100-bit cheer, Power Flapjack. Don't give the Judith Carnage Connoisseur the power of life gain. There's a million decks we should not be allowing to stall the game infinitely with life gain. Oh, Canna's backside, get it. We're gonna roast this guy soon, so I'm not gonna spoil that. I'm gonna make you wait. That's the end of the vamp timer. Mork Clean, the vamp timer is a new thing I am instituting. This is business mauled, so it's untimed. The vamp timer is a new thing I am instituting for a couple reasons. One, I think I stream too long, as is. I stream too long because I vamp a lot. I enjoy vamping. Some of you enjoy it. I still think it's getting to be too much. Two, I am looking into hiring somebody to try to clip my streams. I want, if I hire somebody, them to have a clear visual indicator of this is where you look for variety clips. This is where you look for just like talking about whatever clips, and I don't want it to be hours and hours of time. And so the vamp timer is also for whoever I get to clip these things. Hey, there's going to be 3 to 5 5-minute breaks in between each roast. That's 15 to 25 minutes of content. Go watch that. Grab anything that is good enough to put out onto YouTube. And I'm hoping that that way it will be financially tenable for me to do that. Business Mauled, also known as Bald. Also, Mutrad, thank you for the 4th month in a row with Prime. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars. Admitting defeat on building Kate Sith as commander. Found out he's really funny in the 99 of Vivi. So fucking real. Yeah, I mean, every day and every way, my opinion that the monocolor Final Fantasy commanders just belong in the 99 gets proven more and more correct. There are a few standouts, but for the most part, like 90% of them, just put them in the 99 and let them cook in a 2-color or 3-color deck. All right, vamp time's over. Serum's turn. We, give me one moment. I need to get more water. I've not roasted a Clive deck yet. So I do need to get more water. We'll be right back. Let's see what Serum's got for us. Where did I have you scheduled? This is a spooky deck. Soul Tie Graveyard combo. If I see Taval, I swear to fuck. Oh, but it's fair Taval. I'm actually here for this. I'm here for this. Everybody, please fight about how fair or unfair Delve is. I will be right back. Alright, gang. I'm liquided up. I'm liquid as fuck. Glassgeo, other Taval is just like super good and everybody makes them landfall. So let's talk about this Taval. Flying lifelink, spells you cast have Delve. Delve is bullshit. Delve says you can exile cards from your graveyard to pay for colorless mana. However, the thing I think saves this card is whenever you cast a spell, you lose life equal to its mana value. This does get out of hand pretty fucking quickly. This is like if you made a deal with a genie that everything was free financially, but they got to stab you a little whenever you purchase something. That's awesome if you're buying planes. You can never go to the grocery store again. And so, like, the lifelink 6/6 is cool. I've played with this card. You run out of blood really goddamn fast. Alright, so we have a big card draw, medium card draw, but we're filling the graveyard. This is awesome. We cycle it. We pay for it. Yeah, if this said you lose life equal to its mana value when you delve, card would be fucked up and evil. This saying, hey, no spells ever? You are like, life is a resource. This card will immediately turn you into a middle-aged dad who doesn't want the AC on. Alright, life is a resource and it does not grow on trees, motherfucker. Alright, so we have counterspells. Counterspells because we were bullied as a child. Chuck 'em, which is some mill. I do love that we're pondering our orb. I do love that we're pondering our orbs. We have good Taval. Colorless conversion. So real. Compound interest. Dirtle over, now violence. I have ceased dirtling. I now have a 12/12 and oh, I lost the game. No. Fuck. Alright, so we have Demonic Tutor. So this is really like, I'm gonna get a big guy in my hand and cast them for little. No fun allowed, sure. Big sideboard. This is so funny. I kind of doubt your ability to win the game. I'm like not crazy, right? Like we're not dealing with like pre-con levels of difficulty winning the game, but we have a 12/12 and yeah. And then if they can answer 1 12/12, we get blown the hell out. So let's just look at how it runs right now. So this feels, there's Torment in here. Okay. Yeah, Torment sure could do it. This does seem less like a, oh my god, Delve is so broken, and it's more like, I heard Delve was broken. Once upon a time, we fetch for Undercity Sewers. Oh wait, can we actually do that? We can. So we will surveil 1. We fucking need that land. We Morphic Pool. We Farseek. We're not going to Farseek Verdant Catacombs. I'm not going to Farseek an activated ability. Sure, we Farseek Exotic Orchard, which is a legal Farseek target. Turn 3, we breed on him. We 6. What does this do? This fucking sucks is what it does. Excellent. We signet. We swing. We mill 3. Our win con is in the graveyard. Phenomenal. Oh, now Dryad's Revival is good. And then we probably mill 4. I'll get this. Next turn. Oh, we still can't Taval. Ugh. Ugh. 2, 3. All right, we get our land back. I'm gonna pray that 6 wouldn't die here. Now we can cast Taval. Now we can cheat at Magic. We are tapped out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I want that. I want that. 6. I'll move these 6 into exile. I'll lose 6 for Wormcoil Engine. This having lifelink is probably going to save the entire game for us. We play Shifting Woodland. We only have 1 card in our graveyard. We have 7? Oh, we breach. We breach. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Mill 10. We get fucking Birds of Paradise off of Breach the Multiverse. Oh. Oh, God. Oh. But we get 3 other creatures that are probably good. And now, notably, we have a really full graveyard to delve with. We... Fuck it. Demonic Tutor Emrakul. We'd probably keep Dakmor Salvage in there, so I'll tap 1 more mana. We go down to 15 of our own accord to resolve Emrakul. And then there's 2 worlds we live in at this point. Either there exists somebody who can board wipe us, or there doesn't. And if there exists a board wipe, we're fucked. Unless we Fierce Guardianship. But these two lifelinkers will save us. If we can go up 12 every single fucking attack, we're not afraid of anything. In that vein, we need ways to increase our juice production. Right. It is turn 10 with 3 creatures. 1 is Mommy Emrakul, which is notable. How many lands do we have? 35, that's why. So we probably want... Oh, are you not bouncing on it? Oh, no. Oh, no, Sarim. Sarim. Alright, so first and foremost, I am about to tell you to run your fucking... 35... You got 2 choices, brother. It's 40 lands, or you're bouncing on it crazy style. Pick your fucking lane. But those are the 2 lanes we must all exist in if we want our fucking land drops. 40 lands, easy. Alright. So you're going to run 40 lands. And here's the first land you're going to add. You dumb son of a bitch. You dumb piece of shit. You are mana hungry. You are mana hungry as fuck. And you are very light on card advantage. You have 6 cards tagged as 99 pieces of cardboard. You have 6 pieces of actual card draw. You have 11 pieces of mill. 3 of these will get your lands back, but you are like fucking not there on keeping lands in hand. It's not happening. It's not happening at all. And plenty of your land, like, I think also in the early game, you having lands enter untapped is less important than you think to fuel the Dirtle machine. We have a few things, a few big engines that we really want to get out into play. Other than that, we can't miss land drops. Let me look at this curve. The curve looks responsible. I was up in the guts. Like this hand, we have Emrakul. Wow, we love that. It does very little of anything. So we can maybe Dark Petition for something that saves it, but it is multiple turns of draw go at a bracket where we can't draw go. This hand fucks. Or this hand is usable. We will Shifting Woodland pass. We will Marsh Flats. I don't have time for this shit. The untapped version of this, so we don't surveil. We pay life instead. Ripples of Undeath. Next turn. Wait, we draw first, right? And then pre-combat main. I pay 3 life and 1 mana to get my fucking land drop back. I orb. Untap, upkeep, mill 3 for the orb. We draw, we mill 3. I'm gonna pay 1 and 3 life to get my fucking land drop back because it is that important. I tap out for 6. Next turn, I mill 4. I draw, I mill 3. Sarum, can you guess what I'm gonna fucking do? It does involve paying 3 life. Yes, bestie. And now here we can 1, 2, 3 frantic search 1, 2. Discard 2 cards. This has flashback. We probably want to Will of the Sultai. But this is a lot of dirtling. This is a lot of... And a lot of that is because we tanked our own tempo to try to fix our land base. But this is where fucking bounce lands. Right? Because we have to sack... It's only been 5 turns. It's been like 2 minutes in the playtester. In the real world, outside of the Hyperbolic Mauled Chamber, we've spent 30 minutes trying to claw together a mana base to play Taval, to like begin doing the thing. And now next turn, life can begin. We could effectively free cast Will of the Sultai, and then we probably have enough lands in grave to set us up for the rest of eternity. And we're going to be on like half-life. So what I would heavily recommend is bounce lands. And you probably need to go up on bounce lands. Dog. What is going on? So collect evidence 6, destroy all creatures. I think this was you trying to appease the theme police a little too much. Taval's ability is already pretty reliable. It is free hand info. I also think you are destroying all creatures way too Oh, this is a sideboard anyway. Okay, yeah. Fuck all this. I do think we're kind of weirdly about destroying all creatures in a deck that really wants to put creatures on the field and doesn't have a way to bring them back to life. Like we're kind of too trigger happy about the ass grenade for somebody with such an explodable ass. So force is fine. I'm not inclined to like this many counter spells. I think the I wouldn't say we want creatures on board. Our main win con doesn't care about creatures. I don't really find that to be true, because a lot of our main win con involves us needing to be able to pay a lot of life, and having a lot of life requires us to commit creatures to board to stop creatures from killing us, and a lot of our best engines are creatures. Like, we want this guy to be a creature. We want Six on the field. We want Tival on the field. We want Hedron Crab on the field. We want Nyxweaver on the field. We don't have an incredible number of creatures. We do have quite a lot of mana dorks. And so if we want to be I am Sarim the Butt Exploder, that is my superhero name. At minimum, we want to switch over to all land ramp, or at least artifact ramp. If we do land ramp, artifact ramp, then sure, we do what Sudsball's deck was doing, and we just infinitely explode creatures, and nobody gets to keep a board state, and then we hold up counterspells for the other combo player. But right now, like, most of our early turns want us to resolve at least one important creature. Maybe this hand doesn't, because we can Takenuma Soul Ring. I'm gonna put that into Grave. We're on 5 mana now. Do we have our colors? We don't have blue, actually. That sucks. Well. Oh, okay. Then let's pretend that I knew that. Then we would keep Polluted Delta. We would play that instead. We would get a blue source. Sure. We're going to pretend this is the untapped version. And now we have Tival. We now no longer want a board wipe. On our next turn, we can Worm Coil, lose 6. We can gain the 6 back. But that's all we're doing. We can now 6, losing 3 life. We can Yavimaya as land drop for turn. And we can Walk-in Closet as well, losing another 3. But we just bash with like 6/6 life linkers. I think that I actually don't think that staring into the abyss of self-mill this hard is necessary. I think the most important thing this deck can do is play a creature with lifelink. And so for that reason, I'm also going to recommend we look at Whip of Erebos and maybe just having better quality of creatures. Like Malevolent Rumble's fine. Baelmerk's good. 6 is really, really solid. Tival is really, really solid. Traumatize is cute as fuck. But I think a lot of this, I think like Skull Prophet is what starts to stand out as weird to me. Tireless Provisioner, the Brainworms absolutely got you. You just went like, hell yeah. Type shit, I'm in green, let me put this guy in. And I also think that switching into a more creature-focused game plan is going to make it easier for Torment of Hailfire to close the game out. It's going to make it such that maybe Emrakul only has to hit twice rather than 3 times. They will give you little itty-bitty instances of lifelink, which are super important. It will give you chump blockers. And so actually, rather than cutting all your creature ramp for spell ramp, I'm actually still kind of on the creature ramp game plan. Although I do think things like Town Greeter will be pretty useful to you. Don't play a lot of towns. Those suck. But if we have Town Greeter, And we have Satyr Wayfinder. This is another way to hit our land drops, hit our bounce lands, which you will be playing on pain of death. And then we have chump blockers to avoid getting beaten to death and to survive until we can go Taval, and then we can play bigger, better creatures that we then give lifelink to. Yeah, this guy's fucking heat for you. We must free you. How? Flying Death Touch Lifelinker that in your graveyard makes anything you want a lifelinker. This is either a do not fucking look at me on turn 3. If you need time to set up, this is 3 mana. Do not look at me. Or I've milled this guy. I turn Emrakul into a lifelinker. All of those matter. All of those situations are good for you. Or you are chipping in for more lifelink damage to keep you alive to cast spells. I think the playtesting is... See, I don't think it does Sudsball. I think playing another mill card does more for, like, leaning into... It depends if we want the deck to be... Do we want the deck to be, I sit in the corner until I count to 20 and then you die? Or do we want to be more engaged in the play pattern? I personally don't want to put myself in timeout in the deck building phase, and I feel like that is what we are doing with what if all I did was mill myself until I assembled weak Exodia. Right, and so Karsi, this is the thing of like, oh, it feels worse, but this is how you stop sitting in the corner. This is how you begin swinging out and going, okay, I'm going to bank life, or I'm going to recover life that other people are trying to take from me. I'm going to give myself more creatures that are meaningful. Put this counter on 6, you bust. Put this counter on Taval, no more problems ever. And so I think that things that are softer mill engines like Skull Prophet should die for things like Karsi Revenant or things like Whip of Erebos, so that you have a bigger investment on getting into the ground game, basically. Or even like we put it on oh well, yeah, Karsi and Satyr Wayfinder, like, I think they're just doing different jobs. I think we should have both in the deck. I would recommend, particularly if we want to be fucking Optimus Prime. I don't know why I thought that related to board wiping. If we wanted to be huge on board wiping, things like Llanowar Elves could become things like Town Greeters. And then we're just rocking... And then we're just rocking with more land ramp. And Karsi can even fit into the board wipe game plan because we can use them from the graveyard. So I'm going to look and see if there's anything else with Renew that we can utilize. Wow, that's bad. Wow, that's bad. That's really bad unless we already have a good creature. I don't know if we have good enough non-legendary targets for that. Okay, yeah, we got the only good one in Karsi Revenant. Nightshade, thank you for the Prime sub for the 3rd month in a row. We could try Rock Curse, yeah. That could be... This could be a cuter option. I think Kishla Skimmer is a pretty cute draw engine, yeah. Okay, so list of things I'm not convinced by. I'm not convinced by Tireless Provisioner. I'm not convinced by Traumatized, but for vibe reasons, didn't. For vibe reasons, not for power reasons. I'm not super convinced by Hadron Crab. Just outside of like playing it on turn 1. I'm not convinced by Struggle for Project Purity. Not convinced by Lightning Greaves. This is insane, and I think you know it. I'm also not totally convinced by Snapcaster Mage. That's for stifling the Taval trigger. Okay, good. I'm glad you know it. And I think we can replace those with either better creatures that innately have lifelink. So lifelink, creature. There's not going to be a ton of these. Like, if we wanted to be a hater, you could even run Aclazotz. It probably wouldn't do much for us, but we could. We could run this guy. This would be pretty fucked up in our deck. This is another version of like a big thing Taval will make cheap and will make us big attackers. If we mill a creature heavy deck, we can turn like... Fuck it, let me turn my Town Greeter into a 5/5 demon that has Menace, Lifelink, and Haste, and then is going... That's more Taval mana. We gotta get active, basically. That's all I'm telling you. Is right now we're trying to be like, how do I get my graveyard as full as possible? We gotta get these mitts full, baby. This commander is fun to build, but I think use the graveyard as fuel for big spells instead of reanimation things. I think that's wrong. I think that is correct from a combo build perspective. I think it's wrong from what the deck is struggling with, which is feeling like it's engaged in the commander game. Doing it for, I'm going to get a big graveyard, it's going to cast a really big spell. That is what you do if you want to sit in the corner until you can loudly declare that you have won the game, and if everybody could please clap now. What we're trying to do is move it towards, how do I feel like I'm up on it? This is a creature that says lifelink, and we probably want to have creatures we can sacrifice. Dog, we could play Eradicator Valkyrie. Imagine if we were on a creature heavy deck and your friends are saying, I've never seen an interesting Taval deck in my life. And you play this completely unseen card since the moment it was released in Kaldheim. And now we're gaining life. we're probably not using it to block, but we're gaining life and we are offsetting the Taval trigger. Fabulous Twitter bookmark, as Alec Man has called out. And it's a card people probably haven't seen before, which is like, I know that always scratches the itch when you get to show people a card they haven't seen. And then you get to crash out with everybody, and after you've crashed out a little bit, you can be like, okay, now tax fraud. Blah, blah, blah. This is so whatever. I mean, you could do Yawgmoth. This is kind of like generically good, but is very much on what you want to be on. Fucking even Lock Cole would be good for you. It's a guy people aren't going to want to block. It's going to let you filter your hand into your graveyard. Like, these are the type of... They don't seem that great because they don't combo off. But this is how you achieve a game plan where you get chip damage in that services your engine and makes you feel like one of the guys, or one of the girls, or one of the creatures, one of the non-binaries. You feel like one of the family when you play cards like this, because all of a sudden now you're taking game actions. You can threaten people when they try to swing on you. It's not just you in the corner dumping your deck into the trash and laughing maniacally. I think Mothman's a little expensive for how little he does. I would want Mothman to do... We don't care a lot about milling other people. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me put some Spaghetti Man all up in it. Are there any solutions for draw? Because I agree I'm light there. I don't think there's a ton of great engine draw options. Two phenomenally good options you are missing and will save a hand that is otherwise unkeepable are our good friends Stock Up and then Memories Returning. This also has flashback, even though it is like fucking impossibly expensive. Taval solves that. This is reveal top 5. You get 3. So cards like Stock Up and cards like Memories Returning, if you see them in an opening hand that will otherwise gas out, you can now be like, fuck it, vomit for 2 turns, and then Memories Returning. I think, yeah, this is a Treasure Cruise deck. This is type shit indeed. And so we do Treasure Cruise. Hit him with the cash boat. Exactly, Power Flapjack. The only reason those aren't in is because they read pay 8 life. Let me pour some sugar on you. Pay 8 life matters way less when we switch over to a more creature heavy, lifelink heavy deck. If we are more confident that we are going to have somebody out there gaining us life, it's much less of a problem to go, fuck it, 8 mana, draw 3, or 8 life, draw 3. Cope, TBH, 8 is a lot. I agree it's a lot, but it's a meaningful difference if you have 12 and if you have 18 and you pay 8. That's why I don't think it's Cope. I think that if you are on 12 life and you are staring down the barrel of pay 8 for 3 cards, you're like, I'm not fucking doing that. If you're at 18 life, if you're at 20 life, which is a relatively small difference, you're like, I can try it. Those are the situations I'm talking about. I'm not going to argue that you're going to be at like, oh, you'll be at 50 life all game. You can pay for whatever you want. I'm just arguing that we are going to have just enough life that we can, that it's plausible. Yeah, we don't need blood chiefs here. And it's also like, this has Delve on its own, and so if Taval's not out, but the graveyard's full, this is just Ancestral Recall with no Taval. So I think I would try it. Those are my least strong includes. What I'm going to most heavily suggest is cards that are kind of worse, like Lock Cole, but will be more fun. I think that will make you enjoy the deck more. I think that will make the deck feel more active. Shit like Arden. And then you'll be happier, and the deck will still work at bracket 3. So for now, I think we're kind of monkeying in the middle. But Sarum, thank you very much for the submission. I hope you enjoyed the roast, or at least got some useful cards out of it. I'm going to hit a manual ad break, and then we're going to move on to... Let's see, White Bread, how are you on time? Can we do Suds Ball's second roast, or are you down to wait longer? I'm going to hit the manual ad break and pee while you think about that, buddy. I'll be right back, y'all. And Vaish, we'll talk about my eyebrows, you fucker. Okay, everybody, we're now home. Rumple Foreskin, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate that generosity, and welcome to the dog home, my gloriously named one. Hey Mald, I believe a high percentage of players don't understand the curve. Could you make a video explaining it? We're gonna start the vamp timer. Alright. There's a million videos I would like to make about Magic. I think some broad topics explaining politics, explaining the mana curve, understanding the narrative arc of your deck, which is the timing of your deck outside of the mana curve. However, my days are quite full, and I use a ton of my time doing this, what we watch right now. And so that's part of the reason I kind of want to scale back the deck roasting to have more time to make this stuff, because I'm either doing this or I am lying in bed with ice packs because the nerves in my neck are trying to kill me, or I'm working on a commander roast, or I'm working on a yapper like I published this morning, which flopped, by the way, which kind of sucks. There is a lot of stuff, but explaining the mana curve is one of those things on my list. Bjorn Thorson, thank you for the Prime sub for the 3rd month. I love you, bestie. I appreciate that generosity. You could just do the Ludwig where you build videos into streams. I want to try. I am worried that I am not going to speak about it eloquently enough to be confident in it. But it is something I want to try. Can I get your opinion on Rem Carolus? Oh, is it the Boros one? This guy sucks, but he is in Boros and has flying, so you can probably do something with it. But he does suck. Hey, yo, boss, I just got back from a hike, and I am not as good shape as I would like to be. Bro, I feel that. I feel that deeply. Z and I have been hitting our walking goals recently, and we are having to, like, inch by inch go past 2.5 to 3 miles a day because our, like, feet are giving out. Just walking like 2.5 miles every day. We get fucked on. Our joints protest. And so it's improving. But yeah, getting in shape always takes longer than you want. It's always more difficult than you want. We got lost in the sauce last time, Maul. Do you think Eye of Nidhogg is a good card for Goad decks? Or just a yeah, I don't like that thing? This card fucking rules, frankly. This card fucking rules, no notes. I love it. White Auracite, fucked up and hateful. I almost want to make a video just about how good this card is. It's of course good in draft. The important thing to consider about White Auracite is it is removal and it is ramp for you. And because it only removes something from one player, it only dies to removal from that player. This is a very big difference between White Auracite and Grasp of Fate. Other things that sequester other people's stuff under the permanent, you now have to deal with the political implications of, oh, 3 people want to blow this up, they're going to get everything back. That sucks. White Auracite, pretty expensive. However, if you point it at the player least likely to have removal, it's dope as shit. Now, can it hang in bracket 4? Absolutely not. Way too inefficient. If you're in a bracket 3 artifact deck or in a bracket 2 white deck, go nuts. Then Reing, thank you for the 500 bits I appreciate that contribution to the dog pile. Hey, instead of a smasher pass, can we get a fuck, marry, kill? One card at a time. We're gonna hit it. We have 24 seconds. So fuck, marry, kill. That's just wheat. That's just swamp. Sea Drake. I still have marry. I still have kill. I'm fucking it. I'm killing it. Who are we marrying? Oh god. Oh no. No! Oh. Not the fucking Bestia. I should have married the elephant. I should have married the fucking elephant. God damn it. The Spanish beetle man. Yeah, we did at least boink the dragon. Being honest, I would sit here and watch you yapping and playing Brawl and Arena for like 6 hours straight. Hey, I appreciate that, Amir. That's very kind of you. Maybe Wolf Space. It's tough, but you could make it work. That's Italian. Oh, an Italian bug man. Okay. I'm a little bit... Do I get dual citizenship? I'd be on that. Alright. So next, we are going to the Mango Money Moment. Suds Ball has paid me $500 to purchase a vacation home for me and my bug husband, and look at their other deck, which chat was very excited about. We're returning to Go Go Gadget Godzilla, the mono blue deck that seeks to double the triggers of fetch lands and untap abilities to ramp obscenely. Forest. Go-Go Gadget, Mana Printer. Oh, okay. So Basalt Monolith once we start doubling. Will that go? Alright, so if we do... If we tap, pay 3. We pay 1/1 and tap Go-Go. This is enough to untap Basalt Monolith. Oh, but we tap Go-Go. So this, I don't think this goes infinite. We just get that to... We can just use that to count pretty high, but we can't go infinite. I like that a lot. Hit on... I love this deck just for making Aether Drift Draft Chaff playable. That's great. Hell yes, more draft uncommons. Get this Nykthos out of here. Go-Go Gadget Shield. Okay, so Suds. This is where I think building good decks is getting you too much, because I've also dabbled in how do I make blue work at bracket 2. And you actually want less counterspells, because a lot of, like, everything we're going to play against with Go-Go Gadget Godzilla, that deck is going to suck. It's going to be so difficult to identify what is the appropriate thing to counterspell, because every individual piece is garbage. People are just building Jenga towers out of shit they found in the Wendy's dumpster. It's hard to ankle snipe that. So I do like stuff like Cryptic Command. I like stuff like Mystic Confluence. I think we even get Sublime Epiphany up in here. And I think we go bigger mana, more problem solved. So we do less things like Negate. We do more things like Sublime Epiphany. And it's more fun for bracket 2, bracket 3. Absolute hater shit. My heart goes out to you. I cannot recommend you bring this to Gen Pop. Go-Go Gadget Stun Gun. So we have bounce. Oh yeah. Oh god. I'm about to give you a spending problem. You're an American Express black holder, and I'm about to be your extremely entitled 18-year-old daughter. We're gonna buy some Birkin bags, buddy. Spectral Deluge. This is perfect. Card vacuum. Hell yes. It looks like Godzilla, but due to international copyright laws, it's not. I do get the reference, and I love you for it. Dope. 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 I don't know if we want to bounce our own. Oh, well, we have cast triggers. Okay. Dope. Dope. Love it. Okay, I love all of these, and I would just like to pour some sugar on you with my favorite one. This is a little bit like might have to go in the bracket 3 deck, because we are cheating stuff out. However, it's their problem. This is their fault. It's from their deck. I have gotten to resolve this. I have gotten to clone it. I have gotten to connect with it. Some of the most fun I have ever had in Commander. Some of the most fun I have ever had. Look at those Chumbawambas. Those are the Chumbawambas of a fucking thief. Of a criminal. Those are the double F cups of a demon. Massive naturals. You steal the best cards out of somebody else's deck. Ugh. It makes me so happy. So this should be in the Godzilla list, I think. I like Lord of Change. I think Phyrexian Ingester is fine. Oh, and we can copy the trigger with Go-Go? Oh, yeah. This is what we need. I'm in no type of way to be thinking about big Sphinx naturals, my man. You gotta calm down. I won't do it. I won't do it. Power Flapjack, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Sphinx Ambassador would be deadly against me. Everyone would take my Flame Tongue Kavu. I've stolen Sheoldreds with this. I've stolen a Rottenmouth Viper with this. It's so awesome. Flying Vigilance. Other creatures have ward too. I think giving stuff ward is real. Ulamog's Dreadsire, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Most of these are just, if we get to count this high, we get to have a preponderance of damage. Beautiful. Go-Go Gadget, Housing Deed. So these are the abilities we're copying. All right. Let's see how real the dream is, because this dream is peak. I will give you that straight away. I love this. Here's some peak. Now the question is, I think we can count to it. This goes to battlefield, yeah. So we get an island. So turn 3, we play Go-Go. I don't think we hold this one back. I think we go get an island to have 4 lands for turn 4. So now we go Maestro's Theater, 2 for X, tap. We go get 3 lands right now? Oh, I am not. Suds, I don't know if you can be trusted with this. I definitely can't be trusted with this shit. Holy fuck. Okay. We untap on turn 5 with 7 lands. Fuck y'all, I cast Nezahal. Uh-huh. I probably draw at least 1 card. I go to my next turn. A Misty Rainforest. 1, 2. X equals 3. I go get 4 lands. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, and it's untapped! Because it's a fetch land! Oh, nobody tells Z. Oh my god, I love this. Nobody tells Z about this shit. Okay. We have 5 lands. And so this is the point where I think we move away from I'm going to ankle shoot and move towards I'm going to use a ton of mana to just one-sided fuck you. This is like into the Flood Maw. See, this is normal blue player shit. We have bans. Like Wizard's Retort, Reality Shift, fuck no. This one we still want because it's so... There's so much shit you can do with it. But it's so easy to get to a high mana value for us that I think we do want to be committed to either ramp that will let us, like artifact ramp, that will let us do that a turn earlier, or it's just a big mana spell that solves all of our problems, or it is massive naturals. Those are our 2 priorities. Yeah. And then we can drop Omen Hawker, because another thing is like, if we use all these yada yada yada, we're going to run out of cards soon. We can also like 3 steps ahead, draw 2, discard Flood Maw. Next turn. So we're going to crank. I don't even want to know how much mana we're going to create. But we don't have anything to make with Astral Dragon. We also don't have anything to dump a lot of our dump our mana into to refill our hand. And I think those things will be pretty important for us. So... we're just going to take you to the Prada store. We're going to take you to the Prada store, and we're going to look at really expensive bullshit. We're going to look at feloniously expensive shit. Treasure Cruise, Dig Through Time. You are immediately able to do these not because you're going to delve, but because you're going to have 8 mana. Lorien Revealed. Probably... I've gotten to hardcast a Lorien Revealed with Vivi. The concern I have with rocks is that the curve is really weird, and that Go-Go is often the turn 3 play, so 2 mana rocks are awkward. I agree with that. I'm mostly thinking of how do I, on turn 4, have 4 mana to tap so that X can equal 2. So I do kind of want 2 mana rocks for the same reason I would want an Omen Hawker. I think we have Mystic Confluence. We don't have ETB triggers. We do not want to take an extra turn. We will get beaten to death. It's hilarious that Misalignment doesn't do anything. You could play like Amanatu's Augury. That's probably at the top end of what is going to be chill at bracket 2. Oh, Season of Weaving. This is so good. This is like a brutally usable card. It's either 6 mana, draw 5, 6 mana, bounce a board that I don't like, or 6 mana, make 2 copies of my good non-legendaries, draw a card. We don't want to really mill. Flow of Knowledge is probably playable for us. I can't believe I'm going to say this. I would straight up replace Into the Floodmaw with Aethergale. Like, this is the interaction. This is the interaction, brother. We're not playing that baby shit. I'm not gifting you a fish to bounce your commander. I'm bouncing your entire life. I'm domain expansion, bouncy castle. It's over for them. What about the X spells? So I don't know as much about the X spells as much as I do about just like high mana value spells, but it is close. This is a funny card. I think this would have to replace a legally distinct Godzilla, because this is like full on, I'm doing goofy shit because I can, not because it is optimal. We're not going to be tapping artifacts. I'm kind of thinking about Will of the Temur. This is a little pie in the sky. This is a little pie in the sky, but we have a lot of really big things we want to flop into with Go-Go, and Will of the Temur says I get a copy of it and I'm going to draw 7. Let me go back to the playtest and see what I might feel comfortable. Okay, so this is like the most boring hand we're gonna get. It's keepable, but we're skipping turns, and turn 3 we're gonna do Go-Go. Misty Rainforest, which we will double trigger. Gets 2 lands out, then we Mind Stone. That means we're untapping with 6 fucking mana. Jesus. Which really makes me not like Into the Floodmaw. Like in bracket 2, I can't think of a card we would like have to bounce turn 1 or 2. Turn 3 and 4 are kind of locked in for this deck. It's always Go-Go, it's always a fetch land. You know, there's always a tower, there's always a girl, there's always a Bioshock, whatever. And so I think this is broke blue player behavior. This is not the type of breaded shit that you are on. And so we can Evolving Wilds. If there's a threat on board, we don't copy this a ton and we play like Kyrie. If there's not a threat on board, X equals 3. I go get 4 more lands? I untap with 10 mana, and now all of a sudden, I want all of these spells in hand to let me blow up and act like I don't know nobody. Like, we pay 4 just to draw 2 to try to get more heat. We hit Prismatic Vista, we probably... just Kyrie, have a blocker. Yeah, we can sack the Mind Stone draw trigger, but I'm on Kyrie shit to have a blocker. And this is where like Resculpt, nah, I want Resculpt to be that dumbass 5 mana bounce 6. I want Into the Floodmaw to be that. I want to have Will of the Temur to make a second Kyrie, sack it instantly, and draw 6 cards. God damn it. Come on, Sudsball. Look at how evasive Kyrie is. Stare into it. Stare into it. Stare into the Buster Sword, and it shall stare into you. So you have a really good floor here. I think the interaction, too responsible. Too responsible. I don't think we want Genji Glove because we're not going to be swinging Go-Go, is an important note. We're going to, if we do Buster Sword, we're putting Buster Sword on one of these flying creatures. Yeah, we can copy the Buster Sword trigger, which is fucking hilarious. Oh, we do have Will of the Temur. Perfect. And yeah, like, just for... Yeah, we copy the sword trigger! That's what I'm saying! Just for vibes, we cut this, like, 1-for-1 removal for I'm richer than God, and I know it. So let me see if there's any other... Let me see if there's any other creatures. I'm gonna say greater than or equal to 6. I want some truly fucking... I want some true honkers. This would be evil, but way too hopeful. Meringue River Regent would rip. What I want to look for here is the same thing that I wanted to look for in my VV deck. Hold on. Now just... Now. Alright, now. Now just hold on. Now just hold on, Sudsball. Just let me talk to you for a moment, okay? Imagine copying this trigger because you copied Evolving Wilds. Fuck a board wipe. How about a board yoink? Gimme it. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Go gadget gimme. That is the tag for this thing. You need to untap Go-Go for that to go real hard. That is true. However, I think it is pretty reasonable that people will let us untap with Go-Go for the first land turn. And if we do that and we just play this thing turn 5, we're already happy boys. We're already happy boys. I don't like the Millennium Calendar personally. Antario, thank you for the 25-bit cheer. Discontinuity, summary, dismissal, and time stop can replace some of the more responsible interaction. I don't like that for vibes. I think we want to embody the green player. We don't want them to be like, oh my god, the dipshit blue player is being annoying again. But they are good cards. What else can we grab here? Shadow Walker, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay, Malt, it's rude, it's bald, it's a planeswalker. Teferi, Temporal Archmage. Shadow Walker, thank you so much. Enjoy that paid ban experience, my friend. See this like too rude. Is it good? Oh my god. The vibes dismantled. Bro, just listen. Bro, just listen. Is this Christmas Land? Yes. Is Santa's lap comfy? Also, yes. I put this in VV because my VV deck is built on the same premise. What if I had a shitload of mana? And it felt just as good as you think it does. It's definitely pie in the sky, but like, we're in bracket 2. That's where the pie lives, dog. We're not here to be responsible. So I think this becomes a legally distinct Godzilla. I think it could replace, like, I think Artisan particularly, this is an example of, oh wow, this is a huge guy that is just good, but every ramp deck is playing him. Fucking nobody is playing Myojin. Nobody. Peter, dude, I think we're going to be okay on draw effects after the edits we've already suggested. This is a 20 cents card, and you're going to make 6 sets of big, steely naturals. I don't think Sad Robot's in the deck time. I think we're mostly relying on fetch lands. Because if we paid 4 mana to get Sad Robot, we can't copy it. Yeah, it would be 7 things, because it's original plus copy, depending on how many times we copy the trigger. We have Bahamut. Don't think we need Watcher of Hours. We're not scrying. This is like not a bad... This would be more like eat your vegetables, but this is quite a good untap turn 5, play this guy, have cards for the rest of the game. And Tario, thank you for the 25 bits. We could hardcast Enter the Infinite. Why are we looking at huge blue permanents? Because we're playing Go-Go Ramp. Let me just put something on you. We don't have a fetch land, so this... I'm keeping a bad hand on purpose. This could just totally brick. Oh yeah, we're fucking bricking, baby. Never mind. We're back. Hold on. So actually, I could have done turn 1. I missed this guy, so I play him turn 2. And then on turn 4... Two, tap, sack a land, search for 2, tap Enigma Jewel, X equals 1, copy it once. So I sack a land, I discard this, I get 4 basics out. Turn 5. I do ridiculous bullshit. So this is why we're looking. This is why we're looking at incredibly expensive cards. Yeah, untap. So we could have committed Cryptic Command too. And so really what we need is like, what do we do on turn 5 plus? That is just ludicrous. Oh, that's fucking gorgeous. Okay, so Suds, I would highly recommend playing around with these options. We've given you like a ton of things to consider. This is so silly and I love it, and just no consideration necessary. No consideration necessary. I am stealing this list. I am stealing this and I am playing it myself. So let's go back over broad scope some of these suggestions. Big ones. Season of Weaving. Myojin of Cryptic Dreams. I think this would be decent for you. I think there is a very real world in which we kind of like, we have all these big hits, but if we run out of cards, we get fucked. And so I think this is a more responsible one. Sphinx Ambassador, less responsible, infinitely funnier. There's Buster Sword. What were the other big interaction things? I think we talked about Sublime Epiphany as another really strong option for you. Curse of the Swine, yeah, would be a good replacement for your like 1-for-1 creature removal. There's that bounce 6 card, yeah, that was 5 mana bounce 6 permanents. It must not be up to. What the fuck was it? Aether Gale. Yeah, this is the one we're talking about. We did recommend Season of Weaving. And then after that, it's really imagination. Like, there's some things that are obviously good, like Hammerhead Tyrant, but the smell is going to be absolutely terrible. What about Charix? We ramp to so many islands and can copy his ability. I think the problem is the most likely outcome of Charix is he kills himself, which is very sad. We want something much more sillier than Crab Suicide. Like, we copy this ability, we're actually going to go over 17. I don't like Hangerback Walker because I think that's how, like, I want the output of this deck to be distinct from decks that float infinite colorless mana. Which, when we have this much mana, we're in big danger of running into. So for like Hangerback Walker, Walking Ballista is in this same kind of camp where we go like, oh my god, we have so much mana. What if we do, what if we do this? Plenty of other big mana decks have walked these lines before. I do like Rite of Replication. This would have to go in a legally distinct Godzilla slot, and then it's just, okay, what if I had 5 Dazzling Sphinxes? What if I had 5 Bahamutes? So I do like Rite. I don't like Memnarch. I think that's horrible for the smell. Remember, this is bracket 2. This is big mana, do silly things. It is not, hey, I control your whole board now. Other than, notably, other than Royal Elemental. Don't like Jin-Gitaxias as much. I think that is a similar, like, is it good? Definitely. Do we stink? Also definitely. Oh shit, hold on. We might be on this over right for you, Sudsball, because big triggered ability we can copy over and over and over. Like, if we don't have anything better in hand to do, just go, okay, fuck it, untap, upkeep, make 5 Astral Dragons. Ooh. That's tasty. And so the places I would recommend you cut is, I would recommend we cut from, I don't like this guy, genuinely. I think you're going to bounce yourself. And then if we can find blue creatures, I would like those over the Eldrazi. Because I think the artifact creatures and the Eldrazi, they are good. They don't have as much personality as big Sphinx naturals. You may not be able to replace all of them, because you might not have the damage if you don't have some Eldrazi, but I would go lower on them. Yeah, the Myojin has crazy sauce. So there's the 8 mana Myojin. I'm not certain this deck can use the 10 mana Myojin as easily, but the 10 mana Myojin is a crazy card draw bomb. This might be genuinely for this deck. I think you could make a roster 40 creatures deep of ridiculous expensive cards you wanted to play, and I think you can pick like 20 at random to play every game. That's how solid I think the base is. Like, I think we have the big mana interaction, and then we have just like a calendar for the year, and we have fucking this month I'm playing these 30 dipshits, next month I'm playing these 30 dipshits, and you can mix and match depending on mood for the day. No, we are not Maze's Ending. We are killing you. We are killing you with a 3/3 with Indestructible. I guess the one fear is a board wipe, but who cares? I have 12 lands in play. So I think we can still include some counter spells, but I would include big ones like Mystic Confluence and Sublime Epiphany. And then you try to duck a board wipe that way. But undoubtedly peak. I am slurping this list up myself. Extravagant Replication, Jummy Bug. We're going to hit the manual ad break, and then it's time for White Bread. All right. White bread, we're going to put 5 minutes on the clock, then we're going to put you in the chair. Now, whether it will be the cuck chair or the king's throne, that is up to you. Let me close a lot of these windows. Hit the vamp clock. 3, 2, 1. We're going. Now we can talk about bullshit. Lord Xavier, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that contribution to the dog pile. Hey, Mal, do you feel like your roasties have an obligation to host the OG or updated tag list after a roast? No, come on, you guys. Y'all have no obligation. All right? It's on me to do the funny. They want to see the tags. They can rewatch the YouTube videos. Peace and love. Okay. Oh, Noda, I must have missed it, but thank you. Is the borderless art of Lindblom Industrial Regency AI art? There's a lot of red flags the longer you stare at it. Okay, so before we even look at this card, I'm going to say, people on the internet, we're very bad at identifying AI art. There are some obvious tells. AI art is getting quite good, and there's a lot of things that we think are tells for AI art that just aren't it. They're like texture choices or design choices that we've associated with AI art, but we're not all that great at identifying them. So let's look at the borderless. Is it this one? This does not really, and again, I have no training in this. I have nothing on this smacks to me as AI art. Like, the hands aren't well defined, but nothing in the view is really well defined. It's a little cartoonish, but like it's got, this seems to me more like an artistic style choice than something that comes out of AI. The bridge, yeah, it's wonky, but it's just like wonky non-realism. The steps blend in with the cobblestones. I mean, yes, they do. Yes, they do. And also, that doesn't seem to be... This doesn't seem to be like an AI thing. It seems to be like a... I did this on purpose. Like, I, as the artist, made it look this way on purpose because I like that visual style. Didn't the big beautiful bill have something in there about AI can't be regulated if passed or something? Yes, the budget bill that I think passed through Congress and is currently before Senate has something about, kind of like how the coal industry tried to do this, something about like, you're not allowed to make state level laws about AI art for 5 to 10 years or something, which is fucking... WotC is openly against AI art and their content. So to avoid getting too lost in this sauce, this does not look like AI art to me. I think there are things in here that look unrealistic and look pastel-y, but this looks like artist style to me. If I am at some point proven wrong, so be it. But this just looks like purposefully non-realistic. More clean, thank you for the rant. What is your favorite blue instant as a blue mage mod? I've been building a mono blue rebound and I want some more fun pieces to play with. Ooh, instant speed. I don't know if this works for rebound, but I am more and more a 3 steps ahead enjoyer. Being able to potentially tell somebody to go fuck themselves, being able to tell them that I am now going to fuck them twice, or just being able to get cards. Everything I want. Everything I want at Costco rates. How do you feel about WotC adding a 3-card infinite to the counter Blitz precon? I think it fucking sucks. I think it also sucks that it's a 3-card infinite that we can assemble on turn 3. Multi-card infinites are one thing if they take a ton of mana or a ton of cards, but to do it in 3 is just... And I have to stop myself. We're back to business mode now. White bread, let's get the chair out. Eric Baum, thank you for the Prime sub for the 3rd month in a row. I think Kaima can work. I think we have to be committed to bracket 2. And let me get back to you via email at some point over this week. I think Kaima can happen. It's probably too weak to hold up in bracket 3, but I do think we can make it work in bracket 2. For bracket 3, you probably have to begin looking into stuff like Marisi. And even then, you're not dealing like... You're just not doing enchantment goading. Marisi is stinky. I agree with that. But that is kind of... That's the difference. Is if you want goad to work at high power levels, you gotta get in the shit a little bit. Bros is another... Okay. Alright. Bros is a Bant one that can do it. You're going to do this with counters rather than enchantments. If we're trying to do bracket 2, Kaima can work. I'll just leave it at that. And white red, we will finally get into your deck. Chris, I hope not. And then TikTok, we're going to end the stream here, but thank you for rocking with me. I'm just tired of flicking through all these different chat windows. The Vine booms were... Oh my god, the headphones were muted. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. I heard the sound effects in my head, alright? I heard him in this big, beautiful brain. Okay. I'm fine. I'm fine. Alright, Baby Nadu is gonna judge from the side. And let's get into the final roast of today. And I think white bread... Where the hell did I have them scheduled for? There we go. 5 for 5 on Spooky. Hello again, Maul. It is I, God's favorite secret commander player, and I brought you another secret commander deck. I promise I will release you from this hell next month. This is a new version of my first secret commander deck based around Uchulan, a silly little guy who just wants to forcibly turn my opponent's dead creatures into crabs to have a rave party. The goal of the deck is to spend the first few turns ramping and milling, then tutor for our baby ooze and have it create a preponderance of itself to get buffed by the Mothman and start murdering the table, relying on the heavy creature control in the deck to get through. Unfortunately, I'm having a hard time balancing all of this together and end up getting stomped most often by lack of ability to get creatures into the graveyard. My biggest ask is how to mill my opponents enough without taking away so much from the Achulan aggro plan. I presume you are smart enough to have put this in, but if we are not pondering our rocks and our orbs... This just in. A new problem has hit the towers. I haven't been getting to do the bit as consistently because Mothman takes over the game before I can get going, but I don't know if it needs to be a commander change or a deck change. Real problem. Mothman is juicy as fuck. I don't know if you all have seen the statue. I have in my nightmares every single night. He will take over really quickly. If you're doing a mill plan too, he's just going to turn into... How much Uchulan cost? Real quick. Hold on. I gotta stop. Californication or whatever. Okay, so on end step, exile a creature card from an opponent's graveyard if you do make a token copy of Uchulan. Oh my god. I mean, much like Sisyphus, White Bread, I have to imagine you happy when you're trying to make this dog shit work, but... Okay, so mandating creature cards in our opponent's graveyard, that's real tough with any realistic amount of mill. Find the Rave Host. True and real. For things the ooze can't swallow. Sure. I do think we want wheels. Tony, thank you, my friend. Thank you for stopping by. And Wolfsbane, sorry I missed this $5 super chat. I appreciate that generosity. Hey Maul, quick question. I pulled the Y'shtola rule from my box, and I don't know whether I make her the commander or in the 99. I would generally recommend the 99. Y'shtola rule's ability is best used alone. It is very, very fiddly, but only with yourself. And so I wouldn't recommend her as a commander. She's great in the 99s of a ton of other things. Seb, yes, it's both. All right. We want Crab Rave to happen. We have some removal. Shit, the host passed out. All right, so we have some ways to get it back. A preponderance. More and bigger crabs. Yeah, this all unfortunately makes sense, but wow, is it a bad game plan. Let me just see. So we go turn 1 this, turn 2 this. I demonic tutor, but tell people, don't worry, I'm getting the worst creature you've ever seen with your own eyes. We get that. Turn 3, we patchwork banner. Turn 4, we Mothman. Everyone has a rad counter. So the earliest we could even begin uchuling on people is turn 5. We can make 1 token copy. We can put 1 more rad counter out. I'm really not confident in the number of creature cards that will be in other people's graveyards. Oh, we did miss a land drop. So we have more land here. Yeah, like Dreamtide Whale could maybe do something if we proliferate the rad counters. Okay, each player mills 3. We have no creature cards to bring back, but that's fine. So we're gonna hope that we... Okay. So I think 2 things. I think first, more tentacles. What is this dumb motherfucker's name? NGH. So let me look at Uchulon. We do have to take this deck into surgery. I think this is, Whitebread, much love to you, a little bit of a disaster. Okay, so Uchulon can do this. So importantly, we don't want to symmetrically mill. We have exactly one card type that we want to get into the graveyard, which is creature. If we have an Izzet player in the pod, we don't give a fuck about their graveyard. They're going to have like 10 creatures in the entire deck. We want to look directly at the Stompy player and be like, brothers, and as family, I'm going to rob you now. So we can use Nagathron for targeted mill. Secondly, we can give Uchulon Menace. Thirdly, I think a lot of the rest of our deck, we must allow for manual cloning. We do not want to rely on being able to trigger Uchulon to turn this shit on. We must rely on the Phyrexian Metamorphs. We must rely on the Spark Doubles of the world. In this way, we can get other good mill horrors. This will turn the mill plan on. This will allow us to make more Uchulon clones, which will hopefully get us to this preponderance more quickly. And Menace is going to make that preponderance matter sooner. So I think this is a deck revamp. We keep the dim air stuff. We do lose out on the green tutors, which does suck. But it's very easy to execute a clone game plan. If you want to handbrake yourself, we can avoid clones that break Legend Rule. Because what we don't want to do is we don't want to have a deck where it's just better to clone Nagathron. That would feel kind of bad for the vibes. So we might avoid Spark Double and only keep things that are Phyrexian Metamorph. Well, Terrence, we're aiming for spooky. And if horrors don't do the job of spooky, nothing does. So we can do all things like Phyrexian Metamorph, Clever Impersonator. Well, Whitebread, I know you don't mind it. What I always mind when I'm building a deck is the way I'm building a deck going to make it better for me to do something that isn't my gimmick? And I think if we do a lot of Legend Rule breakers, it will be better for you to clone Nagathron than it will to clone Uchulon. And I want the deck to be both, I can achieve this, and it's awesome. I want it to be powerful enough that we're like, fuck yeah, this is always what I want to do. So things that will get us there. Every clone in the fucking book. You have Quantum Misalignment. You have Arenicus's Vile Duplication. Let's get Endless Evil. Oh, wait, it's 1/1. So this will overwrite. I guess it will buff the other. This could still be used to buff the Uchulons. I don't think we need Roaming Throne. I don't think we have to pull that lever. So despite the fact that Captain Nagathrod's ass is fatter, it is less distracting than Mothman's. I think Mothman's dumpy is just too distracting for what we're doing here. Yeah, Whitebread, I would cut your mill for clones, any other good horrors, and then you let Nagathrod handle it. And then we just mill, and you can keep some things you genuinely want traumatize. You want to go like, hey buddy, sorry, I promise it's only going to be the one time. And then you have their graveyard to eat from. Like, you traumatize the green player once and you are good for the game. Yeah, flashbang the dinosaur deck, and then you don't have to worry about mill ever again. There's Phantasmal Image, there's Quasi-Duplicate, there's a million things that make clones. Yeah, I do this. Do not do piecemeal mill engines. I find Uchalan, and then after that, I either clone Uchalan or I mill half your goddamn library. We do not need... so I'm actually going to go off of the water crystal now. Yeah. I think we don't... The only piecemeal mill we care about is Nagathrod, and we can non-bow Nagatrod's trigger with Uchalan's trigger, since they happen at the same time. So do Traumatize. Do Cut Your Losses. Do that stupid fucking blue land. Not Tasha's, that's Exile. Do that... What's its name? Jador. Hit them with Jador. This is because we get this once. Am I still pondering my orb? For smell, I would put the orb away. Mesmeric Orb is going to make... It's going to make the hoes preposterously mad, White Bread. It always does. Sometimes it is worth it. In this deck, because you don't need it, we don't want people that mad. Nagathrod is already going to draw a lot of hate, and you're going to have to manage that hate. Don't crank your mind either. No cranking, no mesmerizing, no psychic corroding. Anything that goes like... Anything that says like, I mill between 1 and 3, cut it. Cut it. You want tutors, you want card draw, you want clones, and then you want big mill half your fucking deck and give me enough Uchalan triggers to eat off of for the rest of the game. Yeah, because mill is not our output. Mill is our engine to get an army of oozes. And so we don't have to set up a big scary mill engine. We just have to get, hey, dinosaur player, how about you cut that deck? Cut that deck, put the top half in the graveyard, and I'm just going to feast out of your garbage can for the rest of the game. Yeah, in a normal Nagathrod deck, we would want it. Counterpoint Bojuka. I mean, that's why we have more than one of these spells. Let me just point it at the next most creature-dense graveyard. There is always going to be stuff people can do about our strategy. But it's better... It will be better to target the person who is likely to have hits with a big mill spell than to try to Mesmeric Orb everybody. Oh, no. You use Bojuka. That doesn't work for us. I mean... The funny is us shooting my dick off, haha. Unfortunately. Because we need it in their graveyard to exile on each end step. And then you want the, like... Give me the stock-ups of the world. Give me the memory deluges of the world. Give me the memories returning of the world. Give me things that are going to get this motherfucker into my hand. Oh, that's pretty cute. I don't think we need the black crystal. It's not bad, but it's just not on the gimmick. Side note, how does this deck beat a single path to exile on the first turn you Uchalan? By playing against people who aren't idiots. There are many things about this deck. That we might want to worry about. It's not, oh my god, what if they freak the fuck out about the Asterix 4? Anyway, then you just need, make the responsible parts the card draw. Responsible card draw. Right, lol hi. Alright, buddy. We're gonna have to reopen the schools for you. We want cards to go to the graveyard from the field. I spelled it wrong again. God damn it. I didn't mean Unctus. A creature dying is good for us. It feeds the horrific symbiosis. It's better for it to die than for it to be exiled for our deck. So that's what I would do. I think you know the constituent pieces that build this deck. I like the gimmick. I understand why you were drawn to his bountiful thighs. Bad boy. Switch to the bountiful beaks of Nagathrod and do it that way. And then traumatize the green player. Very important. I like this gimmick. I'm going to put you up here. I think right now we're suffering from success. We picked a commander that was frankly too good for what we wanted him to do. And a color green that was too good at other stuff for what we wanted it to do. Cut that bullshit. Deforest your deck. Have a better time. But thank you very much for submitting. I hope you enjoyed this. I know I enjoyed looking at this deck. I like this very much, and I think it will be great, even if they will hate you for playing Nagathrod. And that is going to bring us to the end of today. We are going to find somebody to raid out to. We may or may not be live tomorrow. I think I have some plans for a co-stream with Z, but my voice is going, and I may need to protect it. But if we're live tomorrow, it'll be co-streaming with Z. Otherwise, we'll be live Wednesday doing more deck reviews. That day, we'll also be looking to transition into arena content at the end of the deck reviews, but it depends on how quickly we go. So thank you all for coming. I appreciate the follows, the views, the subs, the bits, every last bit of support you've given me. And thank you, Sudsball, for entering the Mango Money Moment Hall of Fame again with that beautiful Go-Go deck that I'm immediately stealing. Decked Out streaming draft. Is there anybody else I've promised raids to that is live right now? I don't think so. But it's been a moment since we raided Beard Princess. So we're going to raid Beard Princess, who's playing Claire Obscura. Hit them with, hold on. Hit them with Go-Go Gadget Gimme. This is a threat from Mauled. That'll be the raid message. YouTube, that's just going to be it for us, but I'll be live again Wednesday for sure, and possibly tomorrow. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and please remember to stay toxic. Get out of here, Borderlands 4.